Hi spooky friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's Pick a Pile reading, we are going to be looking at a dream of yours that is simply meant to be. So you may have seen my poll about this reading if you're watching it when I first upload. I did ask you guys for feedback on what this reading should be because it is inspired by The Nightmare Before Christmas and the ending tagline of "We are simply meant to be." I ended up deciding to do something in the middle. I was trying to decide who or what is simply meant to be for you, and I decided that making it just your dream is more all-encompassing, and it could include a person, people, or a what. It could be literally anything. So in this reading, we are going to be oh my god, okay. Oh wow, we are starting off strong, aren't we? All I did was knock over a lighter. Really not a big deal, but anyway, let's look at what is going to be in this reading. So we're going to start by looking at the dream that is meant to manifest. So this is going to be your energy check, and this is where you're going to determine whether the reading is for you or not. If the dream that I am describing is not something that you resonate with and not something that you're desiring to have in your life, then it's not for you. If it is resonating, then that is not only a sign that this dream is possible to be a reality, but that it is meant to be a reality, and the only thing stopping you from making it a reality is yourself and your belief in yourself. So after we confirm that this is a dream meant for you, we're going to look at how you can embody the energy required to manifest this dream, bring it into reality, and also the action required to ground this dream. We can already trust that the universe is going to do their part on their end. It's about what you need to do so that you can co-create this dream into your reality. Then we're going to look at signs you're on the right path using charms. I've had a lot of you guys asking me to bring charms back, so we're doing that today. I get just as many people asking me to never do them again, so I just kind of do whatever I want, and I felt like charms today, so we're doing charms today. I hope my charm people are happy. And then we are going to finish off with guidance for moving forward, and within those guidance and within that guidance as well, we're also going to be looking at more signs for you and just signs and confirmation that you are on the right path. So with that being said, we have 4 different piles of cards to choose from, and I have all of the cards that I'm going to be using in this reading here. So feel free to pick based on the stone, based on the energy of the deck, the energy that you find yourself drawn to, but you can absolutely pick more than one pile. There is no right or wrong way to do this. So we have 4 different piles for you to choose from. Starting with the first stack of cards, I have this orange calcite, pumpkin head with a witch hat on top. Not sure how you would describe that, so yeah. Then for pile 2, we are going to be using the same cards as in pile 1, and I have this Charoite moon on top. As you can tell, I'm very used to adding what deck we're using. For the third pile of cards, we have them, and we have this Obsidian ghost, but it has a silver sheen to it, so it's technically silver sheen obsidian. Didn't realize that until I was holding it up, but yeah, she's real pretty. And then finally, for the 4th pile of cards, I have this green quartz palmstone on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. It's not crazy to think that you have multiple dreams manifesting. Ultimately, the energy check is going to determine whether the reading is for you. And I also want to mention that just because your dream is not mentioned in this reading doesn't mean it's not meant to be. A dream is a wish your heart makes, and if your heart can conceptualize it, then it's definitely possible for it to manifest in reality. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get into the readings now, so feel free to scroll down to the comment section or to the description box where I will have all the timestamps listed below, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the orange calcite pumpkin with a little witch hat, then this is going to be your reading on the dream of yours that is simply meant to be. So if you'd like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but the way to know, let me just lay out the cards and then I'll explain. So we're starting by looking at what your dream is. So to start, we have the Mummy with change. We have the Emperor with sandy claws on it. We have Tiger's Eye. We have offerings. I give to you my heart's intent wrapped in gratitude and thankfulness, devotion in exchange for your presence. Here I am gifting my essence. If you're like, why is there Christmas stuff in a Halloween reading? It's because it's based on The Nightmare Before Christmas. There's both in that movie. I love it. It's both a Halloween and Christmas movie. But anyway, we finally have altar, sacred devotion, a worship skin deep rising from the ash, the waters you keep. This is really, really cool, actually. And the first thing I wanted to start off with, like, before we even get into dreams, is how badass you are, pile one. And I think you know that, but you don't really like know it. You know to a degree, but you have no idea like just how wonderful you truly are. And I think that a lot of your dreams are actually centered around the fact of centered around the idea of sharing that wonderfulness with the world. And you may not process it consciously as sharing that wonderfulness, but that's part of the positive result of whatever your dreams truly are. And there could be differences based on who's watching. But point being, I was going to say before I start getting into it, if this part does not resonate and this is not a dream of yours that you have, then this is not your reading and I would try a different pile. If you can't find anything that resonates for you in any of the piles, that does not mean that a dream of yours is not meant to manifest. It just means that I'm not meant to tell you about it at this time, or it's just not meant to be in this reading for whatever reason. But yeah, if this part resonates for you, then you found your reading. If it doesn't, I would try a different pile. But this is a lot about, there's kind of a lot of things going on here in terms of this dream, but to summarize it and give it like a main idea, this dream is a lot about you stepping into your own power, feeling like the leader that you are and are meant to become. You may be in a leadership role already, or you may desire to be in leadership roles, or maybe you simultaneously yearn for leadership roles, yearn to put yourself out there, but then at the same time you have that fear of being seen, that fear of taking things seriously. And I think what's really going on here is this dream for you is about becoming the person that you know you can be, becoming the person you've always wanted to be, and doing the very necessary work to get there. I feel like a lot of what this dream is about too is showing up in a world in a way that would make you proud of yourself. But actually, ironically, I didn't want to say you proud, but your mother. Depending on what your relationship is with your mother, that might like change whether that's true for you. But it's kind of ironic we have Mummy with like motherly, and well, the Mummy isn't motherly energy, but I was getting the motherly energy and I saw Mummy, and then the Emperor is usually representative of the father. And so I really do feel like this dream of yours is a lot about living a life that is in authentic alignment with who you're meant to become, being able to give more of yourself to the world and give the most evolved, authentic, and loving version of yourself into the world. Like the fact that the Emperor in this deck is represented by sandy claws, I feel like is really significant, because for you, I feel like power and abundance are things that are well within your reach, but I almost feel like life has been slowing you down a little bit, either because there's like maturing that needs to happen or growth that needs to happen, or life is setting up the circumstances necessary to make these changes happen for you more easily. I feel like you have in your mind's eye, or just an idea of who you want to be, the impact you want to make in the world and things like that. And you might be reflecting on your life right now and be thinking about how maybe your actions don't necessarily reflect who you want to be. Maybe that you've gotten to this point in life and you thought you would be further along, or you thought you would be at a different place, or maybe you just thought you would have life more figured out. And I think part of your dream is to feel in control and be able to roll with the punches no matter what life is throwing at you. I feel like there may be people that you look up to or admire, and you may want to live more like them, like maybe people with a certain routine that you admire or a certain lifestyle that you admire. I feel like maybe you dream about living and embodying a lifestyle or a certain routine that maybe is new to you. Maybe you're afraid people will misunderstand, or that maybe you felt like you weren't able to do because maybe you didn't deserve it, or maybe someone like you isn't supposed to do things that way, or something like that. I feel like more than anything though, this dream is a lot about you feeling empowered and feeling like the leader of your own life, feeling in control and being devoted to something greater than yourself. Like the fact that we have altar and offerings here, I feel like I want to sneeze, but I'm not going to. Sneezing is, for me, often a sign of blessings, especially when they just like come out of nowhere. And I feel like you want to bless others. You want to be able to give more to others. And I feel like right now you're in a place of depletion where you feel like you can't give a whole lot. Maybe you base your value and your worth on what you're able to provide to others. And I think part of this dream manifesting for you is a lot about recognizing how important it is that you're not giving from an empty cup, or you're not giving from a place of proving your worth, but rather giving from a place of love, and recognizing that when we give from a place of love, when we give from a place of like authentic sharing, from authentic kindness, like that is something that builds in the world, and that is something that will add back to you. It won't be draining for you to give to others, because it will be second nature for you. I'm really called to notice the fact that 24 seems to be a very significant number. We have 24 on offerings, 24 on Tiger's Eye, and 2 on altar, and 4 is the Emperor. So 24 must be very significant. So you could be the age 24, or the year 2024, which is what we're going into, could be a very significant year for you. One where you know there could be a lot of change happening. I really want to read, actually, since I have this book right here. It's called the 1111 Oracle, but I just want to see what number 21 is in the book and see what, because maybe it will have relevance. The universe supports me as I manifest the divine beauty of my true life path. Oh my God, beautiful. Okay, so I feel like your dream is to come more fully into yourself and make the necessary changes that you need to live a life that's authentic with you, and to live life in a way that doesn't feel like it takes so much effort. I feel like you dream of having more of your growth reflected in your material reality. So an example of that, let's say you have become a more spiritual person in the past 6 months, but you're only but the only way you access, like the only way you interact with spirituality is by like watching card readings like this, or going to get readings. Maybe one way of changing is starting to get your own decks and doing your own readings, or learning to meditate, or creating an altar space in your home where you can connect with love and connect with whatever your practice is, or develop a practice if you don't have one. I feel like, and this doesn't have to just be spiritual things. I feel like more than anything, whatever it is that you're dedicating yourself to your life path, it may be that that part of your dream is making the changes necessary to feel free to get on that life path. So for example, let's say you have a dream about being an entrepreneur, but you're in school to be a dentist because your parents want you to be a dentist, rather than following this like path. You know, this altar example could be you setting aside a space for you to have like your own little office space and your own little startup corner where you can start creating things, even if you are doing something else. Maybe it's the courage to quit school so that you can focus on this, whatever it may be. Like, it seems like your dreams are centered around making the necessary changes that you know you need to make no matter what, giving to yourself and to the world in ways that don't feel unbalanced, giving in ways that feel authentic, adding value to the world in ways that are much needed, and, you know, feeling how good it feels to be able to be of service to others and give to others. And I think that one thing that may be shifting for you in this process is this recognition of the fact that, like, giving shouldn't be something that drains you. It should be something that's second nature and comes from the excess of what you've cultivated for yourself. And I feel like there's also just this real dream and desire to have the courage to step outside the boundaries of what you have been taught is acceptable or okay for you. You know, the fact that we have this tiger's eye here, tiger's eye is a lot about courage, and it's also about roots. And I think for you, there may be a recognition that the way you were raised and the container that you were brought up in is one that, you know, while it's shaped who you've become, it seems like it's not meant to shape where you go from here. Like, the container that you grew up in was meant to make you you, but now it's time to forge the you of your dreams, the version of you that feels confident and comfortable no matter what challenges you're facing. And even if you don't feel those things, recognizing that you have the ability to face things head on, you have the ability to grow through challenges and have faith in yourself. I think that's a big thing. And one thing about this as well is, I feel like you may have this energy or this question of, like, why does life feel so hard, or why do things have to be so hard? And I think, well, first of all, just life is kind of hard. But also, I think what you may not be seeing and what your dreams are trying to show you is that life doesn't have to be this hard. That you may be, like, making your life more difficult because you're not taking what the universe is offering to you, or you're not taking the action necessary to make the shifts you know you need to in order to be where you actually want to be. It's like, I'm getting a weird example, but it's like, let's say you go to the mountains every year because your family loves going to the mountains, but you just want to start going to the beach instead. And so you're at the mountains and everyone's having a great time, but you're miserable and you're just dreaming about the beach. That might be a sign for you that the mountains are not the place that's going to bring you nourishment, and it's not going to be the place that brings you what you need. Like, if you're dreaming about the beach while you're in the mountains, that's probably a sign that you're not in the right environment for you to be, like, relaxing and recuperating, for example. Does that mean that you don't want to spend time with your family or you have an issue with them? No, not necessarily, but it may mean that you need to take your own, for example, if you only have a finite amount of vacation time, it may mean that you need to reprioritize what matters to you, making your family happy or doing something that nourishes you. I feel like there is this real desire to let go of the past, let go of what's held you back, and feel open to what the universe is trying to give you. Be more connected and in tune with yourself and in tune with what the universe, where and how the universe is trying to guide you, and feel more devoted to a life that is authentic to who you are. I feel like you want to master becoming a version of yourself that you know, not only that you know you can be, but that you dreamed of becoming. And I feel like you want to lead others in doing the same. And that may not be exactly emulating you, but at the very least, giving others the courage that they need to take a step outside of what is acceptable, of what is known, and embrace this unknown, and embrace this idea of allowing ourselves to miraculously like unfold and evolve, rather than trying to be so forced about everything. I think you have this dream of being feeling more in control, and I think one thing that you may realize as you go through this shift is this recognition that, like, learning what you can control and where your control stems from, like, that is going to be a big thing for you. But I feel like more than anything, you want to feel stable in your own life. You want to have routines that reflect and support and nourish the person you're becoming. I feel like you want to just feel comfortable with change as it comes. And I think that if you have been feeling like you're not changing, or that things are never going to change. Like, I feel like this is a sign that things are not only changing, but that the more you change, the more positive results you will see. But I feel like more than anything, I think you want life to be more meaningful. You want life to feel more magical. And I feel like one component of that is recognizing your own magic, the magic within you, and how you make that magic. Like, an excellent example is like the magic of the holidays. Like, the magic of the holidays isn't there because it just exists. It's there because we create it. You know, Santa Claus is not really a man that comes down from the sky and, you know, breaks into everyone's houses and gives them gifts. You know, Santa Claus is whoever spent the money, time, and energy to create a Santa Claus experience for you. And there are people that never got that. Like, there are many people that don't like the holidays because it reminds them of, you know, pain or heartbreak or what they didn't have. And I feel like for you, part of what your dream is, I think, is to help all people feel loved and cherished and cared for. And what you may not be seeing is that, babe, you're included in that. And another big part of that is recognizing where and how to give and to offer yourself up, because there may be more effective ways of doing that than how you're currently doing. And it may be that you struggle with like over giving and struggle with giving too much of yourself to the point where it makes it a lot harder for you to make the changes that you need to make, because so much of your time and energy is being pulled in different directions. But to summarize this dream, like, this reading is meant for you if you have a dream about living a life that is fully and authentically yourself, one where you feel in control, one where you are calling the shots on what's right for you and what's not, one where you have ample resources to give to yourself and others, one where life, every stage of life, every moment has a sense of meaning to it, even if it's a mundane moment, even if it's a challenging moment or a painful moment. Even those moments like have opportunities for growth, awareness, healing within them. And I feel like for you, there's just this real desire to be the master of yourself and the master of your own life path. And this is just such beautiful energy. I feel like you want to free yourself from what's been holding you back. I feel like you want to give more of yourself to the world and be more open to receiving what the world wants to give you. I feel like you want to live a life that is authentic to the person you're becoming. I feel like you want to have the courage to be who you are. I feel like you want to have the courage to let go of what is keeping you stuck in the past, the courage to face whatever is stopping you from feeling more in control, whatever is stopping you from making those necessary changes, whatever is stopping you from taking certain risks. I feel like a lot of your dream right now is about making your highest self a reality. That is what your dream is. And the beautiful thing is that not only is that meant to happen, it will happen. And the fact that you're consciously aware of that, and the fact that you already know that you're not the person you could be, that awareness is the first step to getting there. And so I feel like I just want to like give you a big hug and be like, you're already doing it. Like, you're already doing amazing. You should be so proud of yourself. And even if you haven't made those changes yet, the sheer fact that you have the awareness of like knowing things need to change, like that alone is very powerful. And the universe is clearly supporting you in this process of manifesting this new version of yourself. So that's very beautiful. So what I'm gonna look at now is how to embody and like what action you need to take in order to bring this dream about. So to start, we have retreat. Look how fun that is. I love it. I love these changing cards. We have emotions with the sacral chakra. We have the Chariot. We have my days are filled with mindful moments. And we have, I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to a possibility of deeper moved to where the possibility of deeper comfort exists. Wow, okay. So first of all, there's so much water energy here. And I really do feel like maybe the element that you struggle with the most is water / your emotional body. And the important thing to know about the Emperor is that the Emperor is a master of all of the elements, not just fire, not just air. He's a master of all of them. And I feel like for you, the universe is really trying to get you to recognize the emotional neglect that you've been experiencing. Maybe you grew up with emotional neglect, maybe not, but the point being is what a big thing that I'm seeing is that your own emotions, you may be neglecting them or avoiding them because they're uncomfortable or because you may not like what they are showing you. I feel like with this retreat card here, the biggest thing that your guides are coming forward to let you know is the fact that you're not going to find the answers or the direct guidance you're seeking outside of yourself, which is kind of ironic because you're literally getting guidance outside of yourself. But maybe I'm just guiding you that you need to trust yourself first and foremost. But I think that this is more so about like making sure you're not seeking approval and making sure you're not solely focusing on the needs of others in order to avoid the work you know you need to do. There's a lot here with your sacral chakra, which is kind of interesting because you picked an orange card. And I definitely think that your emotional body and sacral chakra could use some healing, could use some rebalancing. And your sacral chakra has a lot to do with, like I already said, your emotions, creativity, our relationships, our attachments, things like that. And I think in your case, a lot of what you're being guided to do is to be more in tune with your emotions and try to understand what they are saying to you. The fact that the way society, okay, let me rephrase this. Society is very emotionally immature. And there are not many people that are very comfortable sitting in their own emotions, let alone expressing them, let alone feeling them. And for a lot of people, the ones that are maybe veer into the opposite end of the spectrum where they share it with everyone or they getting into a rabbit hole. Point being of what I'm trying to say is I definitely think that your unconscious emotions are driving a lot of the behavior that you wish to change. And I'm thinking of a quote, I can't remember who said it, but it's something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing here, that which we do not make conscious manifests in our world as fate. And I think in your case, the things that you neglect, the things that you ignore, they are going to show up in areas of your life that you're seeking change in. So a lot of what you're being encouraged to do is to find that balance of give and take, find that balance of dynamic action and nourishing retreat within. I feel like there's a real need to get in touch with your emotions in a way where you lovingly accept them and accept what they're trying to show you without needing to take action as a result immediately. I feel like one thing that you should pay attention to is how you feel as you go about your day. And paying attention to the parts of your day that you feel like drain you, the parts of your day that make you feel overwhelmed or like you want to avoid yourself or disengage from reality. I also feel like there are changes you know you could be making that you're not making because of the discomfort around making them in the first place. The fact that we have the abstinent with comfort here, And what's interesting too is that in this Emperor card, like Sandy Claus is sitting on a very comfy chair. And the chair is green, which makes me think of, you know, the heart chakra. And I think a lot of what you may not be recognizing is that your heart being in your dreams is so important. You know, our Lord and Savior Cinderella said it best herself, a dream is a wish your heart makes. And if you're not in touch with your heart, it's hard for you to know what you actually want. You know, the heart feels and guides and trusts and things that the logical mind can't quite understand. And I think that you may go between wanting to follow the yearnings of your heart and your linear mind shutting them down out of fear that they're not possible for you, out of fear of what people might think of you, out of fear that you won't be accepted, blah, 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 blah. Basically, it's all drivel, keeping you from actualizing the dreams that you want to come into being. And I feel like for you, one thing that's really holding you back in manifesting this dream of self-actualization, because that's really what this dream is mainly about. It's about self-actualization, about following your life path, about following your purpose, about feeling like you can be a leader to others, that you can provide to others in ways that are meaningful. And I think that one thing that you may need to recognize that could be really useful is just ways in which receiving makes you uncomfortable, because I think that you may give a lot and not receive a lot because you may have this belief, whether conscious or unconscious, that your value is in what you give to others, not the reality, which is you have automatic and inherent value, and the ones who see that are the ones that are meant to be in your life, not the ones who expect you to be in their life to serve them or to, you know, save them or whatever it may be. The fact that we have the Chariot card here, which is Cancer energy, there may be some like healing with your mother line. Like there may be some healing you need to do in terms of like healing your emotional body and learning to mother yourself. It could be that maybe you don't know how to sit with your emotions, or you don't know how to feel your emotions without shame, how to express your emotions. And I think that that's something that's really holding you down and making it really hard for you to move forward. I feel like if you're dealing with a lot of anger or frustration, or you find yourself being very angry and frustrated very easily, that is a sign that there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of, oh, interesting, a candle off screen just blew out. And so I think your negative emotions are very important to pay attention to, or the ones you deem negative. The more challenging emotions like anger, frustration, yada, yada, yada. Those emotions are trying to get you to be aware of unseen and unacknowledged emotional phenomena within you. And like the anger, there may be parts of you that are angry, but that anger may stem from sadness, that something else wasn't acknowledged, or that you haven't resolved this, or you haven't expressed that. Like you may want to pay attention to the emotions you feel a lot, especially if they are anger or frustration, because I think there's actually much deeper emotions at play. But because you're not acknowledging those emotions, or because you feel like it's not okay for you to experience those emotions, then they're just building up within you and then manifesting as frustration, anger, whatever it may be. I feel like you may have this natural inclination when things get tough to push yourself even harder. You could have this toxic idea of like, when you're tired, like you're not allowed to be tired, or that there's no days off, or that you need to constantly be working towards something. But it's important to remember that the best generals know when to retreat. And I think that in your case, a lot of what's going to help you move forward is know when is a time to take dynamic action, and when is a time to retreat within. The fact that we have my days are filled with mindful moments, and I love that it's underneath the altar card. one thing that the universe, your guides, whatever you believe in, is really recommending to you is to be more mindful of your day-to-day routine and what actions you're taking, why you're taking them, and whether they're furthering you towards the person you want to be or keeping you stuck in a version of yourself you no longer resonate with. I feel like there are times where you may be having a good day or things may be going really well, and something, for whatever reason, may set you off emotionally, mentally, whatever it may be. And then it might cause you to spiral. And it may not be as dramatic as spiraling, but it may cause you to rely on maladaptive coping mechanisms that you're either trying to let go of, or that you feel a lot of shame in falling back into, because you may believe that like slipping up means that you're a failure or you've done something wrong. And the thing is that one thing the universe is trying to show you is that one of the most important links between you healing some of these maladaptive coping mechanisms, one of the most important like tools that at your disposal that you can use for healing and changing the behaviors you don't resonate with and the maladaptive coping mechanisms you wish to let go of are being mindful before you do the action. When you feel the urge to do the thing, stop yourself. Take some deep breaths, because breathing is really important. Like breathing through the difficult thing, the uncomfortable thing, is a big part of being able to sit in it, right? And really ask yourself, what part of me is feeling like it needs this thing? Is there truth in that? Why am I feeling this way? What set me off? What is this feeling trying to tell me? What am I avoiding about this feeling? What is this feeling trying to show me? I really do think you're being encouraged to just be more mindful of how you go about in the world, because I think that there's a lot of things you just do on autopilot and you may not understand why you even do them. And then being consciously aware of them may help you recognize like, oh, I could do this more quickly, or oh, this is maybe an unnecessary part of my routine now that I don't need anymore. Oh, I think I need to make more space in my routine for mindfulness or for, meditation, whatever it may be. More time and space for you to go within. I think that's very important. I feel like the universe is really encouraging you to not run away from yourself when things get uncomfortable. I think that's a big issue for you when it comes to actually becoming the person you want to be. Because the thing is that there may be times where you do run away and you retreat, but you're not retreating inward. You're just retreating as a form of distraction. And I think what the universe is saying is there's nothing wrong with going within. There's nothing wrong with needing time to yourself. That's very important. But you can spend all your time by yourself and not spend a minute with yourself in that process. Because if you spend the whole time being distracted, focused on work, focused on entertainment, whatever it may be, you can continue to avoid yourself. I also want to mention that Goddess Tara is in this card, so if you have a connection to her or feel called to explore a connection with her or explore her story and her energy, that feel free to do so. But I think more than anything, this is a lot about determination and a lot about not giving up and just continuing to make progress slowly and steadily, or as it comes. You may be the type of person to make a lot of progress in a short amount of time and then make no progress for a little while. You may be the type of person to make slow and steady progress. Whatever it may be, I feel like what the universe is really telling you to do is to just keep moving forward. Keep moving towards the person of your dreams. Keep moving towards the version of yourself you know you're meant to be. Keep moving towards the things that make you feel balanced, the things that make you feel more secure and in control. Those are incredibly important. And I think too, one important thing to remember is that you don't see on a day-to-day level how much progress you're actually making. So don't underestimate how powerful the changes you've already made are. And don't underestimate how much progress you can make in a certain amount of time, because I feel like more than anything, the thing that gets you off your path is when you start to believe that something is not meant for you, or start to believe that you can't change, or it's hopeless, or it's inevitable. And those beliefs usually stem from emotions and feelings like defeat, like frustration, like exhaustion, you know, and those emotions have wisdom for you. So I think one thing you're being called to look at is to recognize how you can't separate your emotions from yourself and intellectualize them and then expect yourself to feel whole. Part of your wholeness has to come from embracing all parts of you, even the parts of yourself you feel uncomfortable with. I think the reason why, partially why you feel so uncomfortable with of your emotions is because you can't control them. And the thing is like, we're not meant to control our emotions. In the sense of, we're not meant to control how our emotions like manifest to us. Obviously, how we express and share those emotions, like, we do have control over that, and that's incredibly important. But I feel like you may hate the fact that you can't control that you feel a sense of dread whenever you have to go stand in line at the DMV, you know? That doesn't mean, like, you're gonna feel that way no matter what. It's kind of hard to be excited about going there. Maybe you can create a new state of being around that, but the point of that example is just to say that there are going to be things that you know you need to do that are going to make you feel like shit. And rather than avoiding them because you know that that feeling is going to happen, recognize that, one, shitty feelings are going to come whether we do what's right for us or not. And in fact, it can feel a lot shittier to do what's not meant for us and live a lie than it is to let go of the things that we may be attached to, or let go of the ways of being that make us feel accepted or safe, in favor of exploring our own divine authority and exploring our own creatorship and our own life path and what it means to be you. You know what I mean? And I think that the more you realize, like, not only can you sit with these emotions, but that these emotions can tell you powerful things, the more clear you will be on what changes to make, and it will be less challenging for you to face the consequences of those decisions, because you'll be fully anticipating and expecting whatever fallout or whatever emotions may come from that. And rather than trying to run from that or shame yourself for that or beat yourself up for being human, there will be this conscious recognition of, oh, I'm feeling XYZ. I know that I can support myself by doing ABC. I can journal. I can reach out to friends. I can do this. And you can also trust and have faith in the fact that it's going to feel so good once you move through this energy, to see the results of that, to see what manifests as a result of making space for something new, to see what comes through and how you grow and evolve as a result of knowing yourself more. Emotions are just data, like anything else, and they are communicating to us. They communicate a lot to us, and I think in your case especially, there's a real need to pay attention to how you feel whenever you're connecting with someone, whenever you're doing something. Does it uplift you or does it drain you? Does it make you feel like you're moving closer to the person of your dreams? And by the person of your dreams, I mean yourself. Or is it taking you further away from that? Sure, maybe the person of your dreams is also also a person outside of yourself. But I feel like this person of your dreams is meant to manifest as you become the person of your dreams. You know what I'm saying? I really do think that, like, you're so close to integrating a wholeness within yourself, and the key component that's missing is the feeling component. I think part of what you need to recognize as well is that you may never feel this feeling of like, I'm here or I've made it, because that is life. You already made it. You already are here. You're here. You're doing it. This is less about believing that certain feelings or certain emotions are markers of success, and rather recognizing that life is a full of experiences, and the spectrum of emotion that we experience because of that, doesn't determine how successful we are or not. Like, an example may be, let's say you do become an entrepreneur and you have these wonderful feelings of like, wow, I did the thing, and wow, like I'm making profits, and wow, like my business is growing. But you may simultaneously have the debilitating fear of what if everything goes to shit? The stress of I need to make sure that everything is running smoothly. The fear and uncertainty of how things might change. Like there may never be a feeling or a moment of like you made it. And I think it's important to remember that we often project this idea outside of ourselves onto other people that like, oh, they've made it or they have it figured out. And that's not reality or the truth. Like if you ever find yourself believing that about someone, take note of that, because that is a sign that that is something that you are yearning for within your own life, that you either need to recognize. Even if it manifests, it's not going to bring you that feeling of being there or making it. Like you cultivate that with your own recognition. And I actually do think that maybe part of your healing could be learning how to recognize, or just learning how to cultivate emotions you want to radiate or emotions you want to feel. So whether that is focusing on adding more joy to your day by doing things that make you happy, or focusing on like breathing techniques that make you feel more like activated and alive. I feel like there is this feeling of aliveness that you're missing out on, and that's because you're observing life from outside of yourself, believing that you are not life itself, when in reality you are just as much of a part of life as everything that you're perceiving outside of yourself. And it's harder for you to recognize that if you're not feeling your experiences as you're moving through life. So more than anything, in order to make these changes, there's a lot here about retreating when necessary to reflect and make changes and kind of make game plans, or at the very least give yourself time to nourish yourself, facing the uncomfortable emotions, the uncomfortable experiences, the discomfort that comes from change and growing as a person. You have to leave your comfort zone, and you have to recognize that sometimes in order to experience real comfort and real security, we have to let go of what we're holding on to that we consciously are recognizing doesn't bring us ultimate comfort or ultimate security anyway. Like it's like letting go of the scraps in order to receive the feast. And I think more than anything, recognizing how your unconscious emotions dictate your behavior, learning how to consciously recognize them, learn how to support yourself through them, be compassionate to yourself as you're experiencing them, learn to process and understand them, learn what they're trying to tell you, learn how to support yourself. That's going to be different for everyone, and it may be hard for you to do on your own. So I do recommend, like if it's feasible for you, to maybe look into speaking with someone or looking into some sort of healing on an emotional level, because I really do think that that could be something really helpful in helping you move forward and letting go of your attachment to the past. Because I think a lot of your attachment to the past and the past versions of who you were are directly rooted in negative and difficult feelings you had as a result of those experiences. And it's like there's one part of you that just keeps pushing to move forward and move on and let go of that. But what you're not seeing is that in order to move on and let go of that, you actually need to let go of and release what you've been holding on to about those experiences. And a lot of what you've been holding on to, whether you consciously recognize it or not, is the emotions that you felt when you experience those things. And I think The Body Keeps Score could be a great book for you to check out, because trauma stays in our body. Trauma stays with us, and it doesn't even need to be like, and it doesn't even just need to be traumatic things. I think anything that was any powerful emotions that keep you stuck in a past version of yourself, like those are what need to be addressed and released so that you can feel lighter and feel more balanced as you move forward. So now we're going to get some charms, and I want to look at just signs that you're on the right path, and signs that may be significant for you, confirmation. So full transparency, my eyes are closed, but Spirit, what guidance and signs do you have for pile 3? How will they know they're on the right path? Okay, whoa. I got Mr. Duck all the way over here. Alrighty. So, where do I want to start? I want to start with the dragonfly, actually. I feel like this dragonfly is really important. So dragonflies could be a significant symbol for you, but dragonflies always make me think of like skimming the surface. And ironically, dragonflies often skim the surface of water, right? And I feel like one sign that you're on the right path is, even if you're uncomfortable embracing certain emotions, you may be consciously recognizing that they exist, and that's a wonderful first start. So it's almost like looking into the water. So an example of that might be, you know, someone says something to you that really, really, really upsets you, and you know that they didn't necessarily mean anything by it, and you know it was an innocent comment, but it like really upsets you. Rather than running away with a million different things as to why that could be, sitting and looking at that emotion of anger or upsetness, where is that coming from? Maybe you don't know, but then you go, when have I felt this emotion before? And then all of a sudden you're 9 years old again, and you feel yourself being reprimanded by, let's say, for example, your mother, in a similar way to how that person talked to you. And even though this person doesn't know that that's something that really bothers you, maybe this person talking to you that way, maybe they don't even talk that way normally, but that could have been the divine's way of showing you, oop, here's a wound, here's something that needs to be looked at, here's some unconscious emotion that's ready to be released. And you looking at it and becoming aware of it is the first step to healing it and releasing it. And first of all, let go of the idea that like once you've healed and released something, that it'll never come back up to be healed again. Our scars, you know, oftentimes, you know, wounds end up scarring, and it is important to remember that those areas can still be sensitive, so that doesn't mean you're a failure. But more than anything, you know, dragonflies also air the mind. If you have a very quick mind, or a mind that can kind of just run a mile a minute, it's very important to not analyze your emotions. Don't try to understand your emotions from a logical perspective. That is futile. Like, emotions do not run on logic, and if you try to understand them that way, you will be about as emotionally intelligent as a turd on the ground. Like, it's not going to help you. But becoming aware of it, observation may be useful, but observation without analysis is the important key here. Just being open to what something is trying to show you and make those connections before you start trying to take action or come to conclusions about yourself or what things mean. I also just think dragonflies in general could be a very significant creature, that you're on the right path. And I also just think that this is guidance for you to not let your mind run away with yourself when you are getting overwhelmed or when you are feeling emotional. There's a lot of creatures actually that are about like skimming, like being in the water but skimming the surface. We also have this duck here, and I think that well, first of all, I feel like you do need to give less of a duck about what people think of your life path, because people are gonna think what they're gonna think no matter what. Most people don't know themselves at all, so it doesn't matter what they think in general. But more than that, even if they do know themselves, that doesn't mean that they know you and know what you need. And the belief in, like, the fact that the idea that people can tell you how to live your life and that they're right, that's just arrogance and ignorance. Like, people don't know what you need. And I think for you, your guides are guiding you, one, to focus on getting your own ducks in a row. And if yours are all over the place, you shouldn't be dropping all of that to just go and help other people. If you're doing that, pay attention to that, because that may be a sign that you're avoiding what you need to be working on, and that's manifesting as you helping other people as a way to compensate for what you're not addressing within yourself. But I also think with this duck here, like, you may still view yourself as like the ugly duckling, you know what I mean? And I don't mean this in a physical way, though that could resonate for you. I think more so you just still view yourself as a person you used to be, and you're not that person anymore. And rather than affirming who you're becoming, I think you're really focused on trying to prove to yourself that you're not who you think you are, or that you're not your past. But it's almost from this egoic place of, I'm going to prove to myself like I'm more than that, or I'm not that. And the sad thing is that a lot of what you're defining yourself by are not things that you defined yourself as. They're things that other people defined you as. And rather than recognizing that those were just projections, and probably a lot of them unconscious projections from children or shitty adults, those are not the truth. And it's so sad that you've had to take on those things as truth, or you believe them to be true. But part of your healing may be recognizing, one, the fact that you are not who you were in the past or who people thought you were in the past. And two, you do not have to hold other people's judgments or projections on you as truth. You do not have to treat them as truth or reality or anything of that nature. I feel like, too, there's just this real emphasis on getting into your emotional body, and it's like going from the dragonfly to the duck, where, the dragonfly skims the surface, but the duck sits in the water. The duck also, dips its head in to get some fish, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's okay if it takes you time to start getting comfortable with your emotions. It's okay if it takes, patience. I feel like that's one big thing, is just learning to be patient with this process and recognize this healing isn't going to happen tomorrow. Like, you've already done so much healing that you may not even recognize. Like, you're a constant process of like growth and decay in so many different ways. And there's really no need, like, you could never consciously recognize like how much is actually shifting and evolving within you at all times. Because if we were consciously aware of that, we would be so overwhelmed by what we're processing that we wouldn't have space or room to do things like eat or poop. So, it is important that we're not so focused on that. But I feel like you have no idea how high you can fly and the things that you're meant for. And so I feel like one thing that's important to remember is that you've got to stop holding yourself to who people thought you were and how you felt about yourself in the past, because that version of yourself is keeping you stuck in a place of fear and a place of believing that you are less than what you are, or meant for less than what you are, that you can't be more, and that's just not true. The fact that we have this bear here, bears could be another significant animal for you, and I feel like Chicago Bears specifically, is that a football team? I don't know, but the Chicago Bears could be significant. I don't know why. But anyway, this to me is a lot about inner child healing, and I definitely think inner child healing is something that's coming up for you a lot. I think that, and it's funny because Santa Claus, like, that's a big childhood theme, right? And I feel like a lot of your healing as an adult is becoming the person that you needed as a child. And while there may be a lot of grief, you may need to go through a grieving process of, I didn't have what I needed. I didn't get the love that I deserved, or I wasn't treated, I wasn't supported, in the ways that I needed. And there may be a grieving process through that. And that is a very important emotion to release, for example, because it's going to be a lot harder to become and embody that version of yourself when you're still grieving the fact that you didn't get it, And part of the healing process for you may be embodying and embracing this person that you needed and seeing how healing that is. I think more than anything, though, the big thing about inner child healing too is that it's not necessarily about like playing with Play-Doh or just, making your inner child feel safe. It's also about learning to let your inner child lead, because our inner child has so much brilliance within it, and it acts and operates in the world in ways that are untainted by societal expectations and the linear mind. The inner child isn't afraid to explore. The inner child isn't afraid to play. The inner child isn't afraid to take risks, to make mistakes, to get messy. And if you're holding back and disengaging with life out of fear of those things, then your inner child is definitely not feeling safe enough to explore and express. So that's definitely a big healing thing here. We also have this little dinosaur, which right away is making me think of The Land Before Time. There may be specific messages in one of those movies, there's like so many of them now, that may be significant to you. But I also think that one thing that the universe wants to remind you is the fact that you are ancient. And maybe some of these wounds that you're healing and releasing right now, like, could be wounds that have built up in multiple lives, if you believe in that sort of thing. I do, which is why I'm bringing it up. But I also think that some of your healing may have to do with recognizing that, like, you can't change how other people view you. You can't change or control other people's perspectives of you. All you can change is your own. And you don't have to be bound to the requirements or expectations of others when you recognize that those expectations or perceptions are antiquated and don't align with where your consciousness is. I also feel like with this dinosaur here, there are certain habits that you've had for a really long time, or you may have these beliefs that, like, you're too old to change, or that other people are too old to change. And one thing that I'm hearing is, like, give people the benefit of the doubt. Show people who you are instead of trying to what's the right word? Instead of trying to tell people who you are, just show up in the world as you authentically and see how people respond. You may be surprised. I feel like you have this assumption that less people will accept you than you realize. You may actually inspire people who believe they were beyond change to do the same as you. I also just think that, you know, there's a huge focus here on the past, and I think that if dinosaurs start popping up everywhere for you, that may be a sign that you need to look at what stories about my past have I been repeating in my present and telling myself. Are they true? Do they serve me? Because even if they're true, there's still the question of, do they serve you? Because whether they're true or not, if that truth is keeping you stuck in a cycle of pain or in a cycle that stops you from becoming who you're meant to be, it's probably not a helpful story to continue telling yourself, and there might need to be some healing there. We also have this strawberry, which I love. So strawberries could be a significant fruit. I don't know what the spiritual significance of strawberry is. So I feel really called to, like, go grab a deck, but I mean, if it's in my closet, I will grab it. I just grabbed the Green Witch Oracle because I really just wanted to see what strawberry is in here. There we go. Okay. We have agreement. Ooh, with Libra energy and water. Oh my God, it's the number 24. Y'all, okay, we gotta read what this says. Ooh, what came out underneath her? We got passion, success, and happiness. So if those are things that you've been trying to manifest, then just know that, like, strawberries are a sign that one, the universe is in agreement with what you're trying to manifest. And also, I think it's very important. Strawberries could be a sign of people that are meant to, they're, like, in alignment with your life path is what I was trying to say. But they could also be a sign of passion, success, and happiness, which, like, yeehaw, what came out for those? Marjoram, peppermint, and beetroot. So those could be significant, but let me read. Actually, okay, let me finish off your charms and then we'll read strawberry and get into your guidance. So the strawberry we looked at, we'll see what more of that means. But we also have it is what it is. And I think that that could be a very helpful phrase for you, because maybe you spend a lot of time and energy trying to analyze and understand things when there may be just no logical explanation for something, or it may just be unhelpful to your own energy to, like, focus and dwell on it. And I think that's where it could be really helpful to look at the stories you're telling yourself and ask yourself if they're real. We also have Kermit here with the, I don't know what this is called, toxic Kermit. I feel like Spirit is really telling you, like, recognize when that self-destructive voice, when that toxic voice, when that petty voice comes in, because when that voice is triggered, there's obviously a feeling underneath it that is dying to be explored and looked at. And the more you heal those things, the less you'll feel tempted to act in ways that don't align with you. And I also think that the universe is really just encouraging you to not let that destructive inner voice get in the way of your happiness and your healing that you know you deserve. And then what is this coin? All right, I think that's Queen Elizabeth, right? But I don't know if this is Canadian. Is this? Oh yeah, this is Canadian. So Canada could be significant. This is a Canadian dollar. I can't really see what's on it. Ooh, it's another duck. Or is it a mallard? I don't know. Canadians, help me. What's the bird guy on the back of the coin? I'm trying to see if there's a year. The writing is so tiny. La 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 la. We have 2017, or is that 2017? No, 2011. 2011 could be a significant number too. But those are your charms, so screenshot them if you would like to. I am moving them back now. So let's go ahead and read Strawberry. Working with others will bring a huge boost for you at the moment, and if you are thinking of making an offer in business or even a romantic proposal, it should be met with a favorable response. Group work, connection with others, and partnering with like-minded individuals and entities are all areas that the Strawberry works with. An ability to share or wanting to win at all costs will be highly detrimental to you. So if you're struggling to share or wanting to win at all costs, Strawberries could be a sign to take a step back, reassess. This berry can be successfully grown in most areas, with the best results coming from planting that occurs between mid-autumn through late winter. Strawberries can be grown in garden beds, but also do very well in large containers. The soil needs to be rich and well drained and covered with good mulch to discourage weeds and keep the soil warm. Runners that come forth can be used as cuttings to create new plants. Harvest when the berries are rich red in color. Sorry, I wouldn't have read all of that if, well, I guess, I don't know, maybe some of y'all growing strawberries. But point being that I think that the right people that are meant to be aligned with your path are going to agree with the version of yourself that you're becoming, that are going to empower and resonate with the version of yourself that is aligned with your soul, is aligned with your heart. And I think that, you know, this is a really positive sign and a powerful sign for you that the connections, the people, the actions that you're meant to take, the opportunities that you're meant to take, those will be ones that don't sacrifice the core of who you are in order to have them. Especially people, they're going to support your vision. They're going to want to be and support who you're becoming. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and finish off this reading with some final guidance. So we have water magic, which I will read that for you later. We have the octopus with more water. We have Corona Australis, and it says, how could your life change if you stopped comparing it to someone else's or lots of someone else's? We have the sacral chakra, which is what I already said, and the theme is soften. The trigger statement is I take control, and the true statement is I am compassionate. Take a moment and allow yourself to see things from your heart center. From that place, allow your intuition to guide you. And we have 333. You are being called upon to use your spiritual gifts as a light worker, assisting all of humanity. Live your truths and be a positive light to others. I am powerful. And that's the thing is, like, I start this reading with saying how powerful you are? And I think one thing that you've got to recognize is that a lot of your power stems from acceptance, stems from embracing and embodying all of what you are. And like, here's an ironic thing. Our bodies are like 70% water. So, you know, how can we pretend like we don't have emotions within us when we are water? Like, you know, water is symbolic for emotions, and water is very powerful. Like, have you ever seen a tsunami? Like, I've been scared shitless of those things since I was like 6, and I live in the Midwest. Like, no dangers of tsunamis, but I'm still fucking terrified of them. And I think that that's the thing about fear, is that fear isn't logical. And fearing your emotions is just giving them more power over you. And the more you embrace them and realize there is nothing to fear, to be soft with yourself and compassionate towards yourself. You know, when something hurts you, rather than telling yourself just toughen up and get over it, recognizing, oh, even if that person didn't mean to hurt me, like, I feel hurt and I'm gonna be nice to myself right now and let myself feel that. You know, denying yourself and bullying yourself on top of it's not gonna help anything. And I feel like more than anything, if you feel like you can't have faith in yourself, it's because your mind isn't strong enough to guide you alone. You need your heart. And the thing is that your heart is meant to lead, and your mind is meant to be the logistics behind helping your heart lead with intention. It's like your heart is Batman, your mind is Alfred. So which actually that's kind of ironic because Alfred is much more emotionally aware and intuitive and like healthy than Batman is. So maybe Alfred is the heart and Batman is the mind. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Batman is the mind and Alfred is the heart. If Batman listened to Alfred more, his life would probably be easier and less miserable. And I think that that's kind of the same thing for you. It's like, yes, you are Batman, but like your inner Alfred needs to be acknowledged because you'll take less reckless action that way. And you'll feel more nourished and supported. And what is Alfred if not an emperor father figure, right? With the octopus card here, you're really being guided to look at your boundaries. Look at where you need to set better ones with yourself and better ones with the people around you, because there is this feeling of getting enmeshed in other people's dramas, other people's problems, and it may just make it hard for you to come back to center, to come back to your life. And it also may be that you get very focused on people outside of you and then start comparing yourself and doubting your path, and that's really not helpful either. I feel like you're really just being encouraged to find a healthy balance between connecting with others that uplift and support who you're becoming and healthy isolation in order to get in touch with who that person is, how you want to express that person in the world, and how it's like going back into the cocoon so that you can re-butterfly. But with this water magic card, you really are being encouraged to connect with water more. And maybe connecting with water on a physical level could help you express your emotions more. Like, for example, if you're really uncomfortable with crying, cry in the shower. Like, if you feel like crying, get into the water and cry in the shower. Because, like, what is the difference between the tears rolling down your eyes and the water coming from the spout? It's all wet, and you're wet anyway. So cry. Like, cry as hard as you want. I gotta find okay, water magic. Let's see what water magic says. This is the Everyday Witch Oracle, by the way. Meow, 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 meow. Water is a powerful force. It can wear down mountains. It can wear down a mountain or create a lake. It brings life to the fields, but can also be violent and impossible to control. Not an element to be taken for granted, as you will know if you've ever been thirsty or lived through either a drought or flood. Most of the time, though, water is our friend, and we can use its power to help us change and transition through various stages of our lives. Water is fluid and flexible and reminds us that we can be that way too. To connect with the magic of water, take a few minutes to immerse yourself in it. If you live near a lake or stream or ocean, go sit in the water or at the water's edge with at least your feet submerged and really pay attention. Listen to its voice, watch its movement, follow its path. There is magic in all of those things. If you don't have a body of water nearby, go out in the rain or sit in a tub or take a shower whose purpose is more about connection and less about getting clean in a hurry. I love how I'm like so in line with the guidance. Feel the flow moving over you and think about the fact that a large part of the human body is made up of water, so the water is always part of us. Oh my God, talk about confirmation. And I think that this is a big thing too, is about recognizing that life is constantly in a state of flow, and so are you, and your emotions are meant to flow. Like, you're not meant to feel happy all the time. You're not meant to feel sad all the time. You're not meant to feel anything all the time. Emotions are fluid and they are meant to flow and be shifting. So if if you get attached to one emotion, for example, that could be something that really slows you down because you're not able to flow with life. You're getting stuck. This card is telling you to make a magical connection to water. You can do it by following the exercise above or doing anything else that makes you feel the element of water in its more than mundane form. Even drinking a glass of water can be magical if you focus on sensing the molecules being absorbed by your body and becoming a part of your own essence. Remember that the element of water can take many shapes: fresh water and salt water, rain, snow, fog, sleet, or ice, forceful or gentle, wild and natural or tamed by man. Take a day or week to connect with it in as many forms as you can and thank each one for the gift it brings. Like, that's a big thing with emotions. Like, for example, anger and rage. A lot of people are really uncomfortable with anger, and it's understandable because, like, you know, a lot of times people express their anger in ways that are maybe, like, even I'm guilty of expressing my anger in some aggressive ways and getting very ranty, and that's uncomfortable for other people. And the ranty part of me is like, well, maybe they should just get comfortable with it. But the mature part of me recognizes that I could be better at expressing my emotions without being so dramatic and chaotic. So I feel like recognizing, like, how you express your emotions, what emotions you allow yourself to express, what emotions tend to manifest within you, and are they the root of that emotion, or are they like a different emotion? What is your relationship to anger? What is your relationship to sadness? Like, those are all very important. And magic, to make a magical connection to water, fill a bowl with the freshest water you can find. You can collect rainwater if you don't have a well or live by a natural source, but tap water is fine if that's all you have. If you can do this on the night of the full moon, that's a bonus, although it isn't necessary. Think about how the moon affects the tides, the water ebbing and flowing due to forces beyond its control. Our lives are much the same, aren't they? Maybe that's because so much of the human body is made up of water. Think of all the ways in which water is so necessary to our existence. Place your fingers in the bowl and swirl them around as you list the various benefits of water. Drinking, bathing, cooking, flushing toilets. I did talk about poop a lot in this reading. Fitting. Then say thank you to the power of water. Touching your wet finger. I don't like that. But that's my problem. My mind is gross. Touching your wet fingers to your third eye, your lips, your heart, your core, near your belly button. Place your hands back in the water and spend a moment letting that gratitude resonate through your whole body. When you're done, you can use the water on your plants or put some aside for magical works later. Beautiful. Okay, well, pile 1. I apologize for the length of this reading, but thank you guys so much for sticking through it with me, and thank you so much for watching and for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. I highly recommend you get YouTube Premium. I know it's expensive, but like, my life, I use YouTube so much and that it's beneficial to me. Honestly, it's kind of BS that they don't give creators free premium, but whatever. If you would like to support me or show appreciation for my channel, you can like this video, which is so helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and you can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Shout out to my notification squad. Y'all are the best. If you would like me to see your comment, I usually see comments when I first upload. After that, it's random. I may see it, I may not, but there's never a time where I don't not see them. If I'm meant to see it, I will. Let's just say that. You can check out my merch. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my social media, which is basically just Instagram, link down below. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you chose the second pile of cards and this Charoite moon, this is going to be your reading on the dream that is simply meant to be for you. So if you want a full explanation of the reading, there is one in the intro. But just to remind you that if this beginning part does not resonate as a dream of yours, whether consciously or unconsciously, maybe you don't realize it's a dream yet, but if it doesn't resonate at all, then this is not your reading. But if it does resonate, then this is a surefire sign that this dream is meant to materialize. So that's what we're going to look at how to make happen today. So let's look at this dream. To start, we have the world. We have the skull of light with illumination. We have Black Panther. Graveyard. There is no song that bellows in the peace of knowing no end and acknowledging the crossroads of eternity. So move these over a little bit. And finally, we have Perseverance. Stay in thy power, dear child, for thy lonely is never alone. When the world is dreadful upon thy, turn to the spirits within thy. Did I get that? Anyway, this is really beautiful, and I need to just start off by saying how beautiful this dream really is, and to take a second to just breathe in and out, like a real deep breath, and as you exhale, really just visualize letting go of a lot of the pressure and baggage you've been putting on yourself, and a lot of the things that you've been questioning about when it comes to your worth and whether what you deserve or what you desire deserves to be made manifest, because it does. Now, this dream, as I'm explaining it, there may be parts you resonate with more strongly than others. There's core themes here, and the core themes may manifest differently for you. So kind of take it as it resonates. But the first thing that I'm seeing here when it comes to this dream is, and I think that no matter where you fall with how this resonates, like you all resonate with this key point, is that part of your dream is to reach a place of clarity and understanding where you know yourself and it brings you a sense of peace. There's a clear understanding of where you're headed, where you've been, and a sense of satisfaction and completion, like a cycle has ended. I feel like there is this real desire for things to just get lighter, but also at the same time, I feel like there's this unrest about you finding peace and finding clarity within yourself because you see so little of that outside of you. I don't know why I had to take a second to check the camera to make sure I was recording. I got scared that wasn't happening for a second. And usually when things like that happen where I'm in the flow and I stop myself out of fear, that's usually like stuff like that. That to me is a sign that that could be something that you are doing and struggling with right now, where it seems like you just want to be at the light, you want to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You want to know why you're having certain experiences that are maybe more challenging or that are maybe testing you and really causing you to have to look at yourself and face yourself in ways that you've avoided in the past. But this is a really beautiful thing. You are headed towards a place of much greater clarity and also a place of greater peace. But I also feel like there is this dream and this desire to not only know yourself, but to have others know you as you wish to be known. I also think that you have the desire to know and understand the world from a place of compassionate and wise awareness. I feel like you want to understand why humanity does certain things, why humanity has to struggle in certain ways, and why there is so much darkness and pain and suffering, and how you can acknowledge and accept and be a part of that reality whilst also cultivating feelings of peace and joy and harmony and connection. You know, sometimes it seems like you have this feeling of guilt around wanting to feel lighter, about wanting to be, I don't want to say the words be healed, because healing is kind of a constant process and a state of flux, but at the very least move through a cycle that I think has been very challenging for you in terms of your own personal development and growth, your own awareness and understanding, and your ability to move about in the world in a way where you feel safe. It's almost like there are certain moves you want to make or certain things you want to do or create, or you have certain broad ideas that you want to bring about into the world, but you don't necessarily know what that looks like in a physical context, or how that's meant to come about, or what is the most authentic way of expressing what it is you're trying to create. And I think that there's also a lot of doubt and a lot of fear and a lot of wounds around worthiness that are also getting in the way of your ability to move forward in this. It seems like this dream that is coming up for you is one that is deeply connected to not only your inner child, but your the ways in which you have been conditioned to keep yourself safe. I feel like the ways in which you've learned to behave in order to like keep yourself safe are ways that keep you hidden from the world, ways that keep you disconnected from yourself and trusting people outside of yourself, and also one that keeps you stuck in cycles of guilt and shame because other people are suffering, other people have it worse, like there's all these problems in the world, and like why do I deserve to feel good? Why do I have the opportunity to heal? Like, it's hard for me to feel good and feel like I can heal when I know that there's so much pain and there's so many people struggling. And I feel like one of the issues around this dream right now is that you feel like you can't have that true peace and that true like knowing of who you are without feeling like other people see that, other people validate that piece, and other people support, uplift, and see the person that you are becoming and you are learning to be. And I think that may be an expectation that's setting yourself up for failure, because you're still basing your worth and basing your dream on other people validating it for you. And I think a lot of why it's been so challenging for you to ground this dream has been because you've been going like the opposite. It's like you've had the right idea, but you've been like inverting it, where rather than going within, kind of validating and cultivating inner strength and inner awareness and inner understanding, it seems like you've been looking outside of you to find that and have it validate the things within you that you have yet to see or have yet to trust in. And so I think what Spirit is really saying is that you have these dreams of reaching a point of completion and fulfillment around a certain like challenging cycle that has caused you probably a lot of misery and made it really challenging for you to connect and embrace with who you truly are, the people around you, your environment, so many different things, and to connect to the world at large. I also feel like one thing that you know in your heart is that part of the reason why it is so important that you have more clarity about who you are, have more awareness about what you're meant to do and how you're meant to show up in the world, is because like there are people that are meant to be inspired by you. And I think that your path and your journey, you know, in your heart is meant to be shared in some way. And I feel like it's almost like you're looking for the story to be written for you before you set off on the journey. It's like you're J.R.R. Tolkien and you're expecting the book to be written before you write it. It's like there's so many like things happening right now, and I feel like a lot of separate stressors or frustrations in your life could actually be connected to this kind of core theme of you acting in ways that maybe don't necessarily align with what's truly meaningful for you or what is like uplifting you and bringing you closer to this version of yourself you want to be. But also I feel like you're really yearning and craving for connection in the form of people seeing you in the way you desire to be seen, and for people knowing you in a way that doesn't make you feel misunderstood. It's like you have this desire to be able to take up space in a room and not be worried about what other people are thinking, but rather instead just show up as you are and have other people receive that in kind and empowering ways. And I guess maybe where you want to look at, like, maybe part of the dream that's holding you back is, you know, if you're basing how you show up on other people's reactions, that might be keeping you stuck in a version of yourself that's not authentic because you're basing it on what other people think, not what's true to you. And so I feel like this dream is a lot about you just embracing and becoming the version of yourself that you know is there, but you're still uncovering the layers of like conditioning, wounding, all that jazz, and learning to heal that, learning to integrate it as part of yourself, but not a part of yourself that dictates where you move, where you go from there, and who you truly are. I also feel like there may be a desire here for recognition and acclaim in some sort of field, whatever that may be for you. So you may have, part of your dream may be tied to the world seeing your skills or the world seeing your creations in a way that is uplifting, in a way that is healing, in a way that inspires others to follow their own path and do the same hard work that you've done to reach a point of peace. I feel like you want to add to the peace of the world. And I feel like you feel a lot of guilt about the fact that there's so much out of your control and there is so much, you know, violence and hatred and anger and division in the world. And the juxtaposition of wanting to have this unity consciousness, but then recognize that the world is really in this energy of division and separation. It's not something that should make you doubt the person that you're becoming. It's something that should compel you and implore you to want to commit more to that vision of unity, that vision of wholeness. I feel like one thing that you may be struggling with is this dream is already manifesting. And the way you'll know it's already manifesting is a lot of stuff that you've been suppressing, a lot of things that have been buried in your subconscious are coming up now to be healed. So if it seems like things have gotten more difficult, if you seem more like a raw nerve, if you seem more sensitive, more vulnerable, more emotional, that is not a bad sign. That's actually a really good sign. It's a sign that things that you've been suppressing, things that have been in the shadows, that have been unconsciously directing your actions, those things are being brought to the surface so that you can see them and deal with them accordingly. it may take time, and it may be something that you don't fully process or fully understand, but that's kind of part of the journey. And I think that you really, really desire to just be at a point. It's like, you know, what's next is this kind of shadowy work, but you don't, like, you just want to be at the light at the end of the tunnel. You just want to have the understanding. It's like, you know, going through it is the hard part, and like actually sitting in it is the hard part. And I feel like what you may not be understanding is like, you may be feeling like the universe is, it's like, I want peace, and your life is getting even less peaceful, even more chaotic, even more overwhelming. And what you may not be seeing is that the universe is actually saying, yeah, these things that are getting more overwhelming, that are bringing less peace to your life, that are bringing you more chaos, more avoidance, more desire to run away, like, these are all the things that need to be looked at, need to be lovingly addressed and understood and worked with, so that you can integrate them, and that will help you bring more peace. You can't have peace if there are unloved and unwanted aspects of self that are not being acknowledged, that need your acknowledgement. And so I think that is what's happening here, is a lot of your outer experiences are going to be ones that trigger and bring out the parts of yourself that you haven't seen, the parts of yourself that you've been suppressing. And that's part of the path of walking the light, is that the light casts a shadow. The light shows you things that were once in the dark that you didn't see. And I feel like one thing that you need to know is that your sense of security in moving about in the world is not going to come from other people's validations and affirmations, that they're not going to tear you down, or that they're always going to support and uplift you, but rather a recognition that no matter what the world, no matter how the world responds to you, and what they do in response to you, that's not a reflection of who you are, of your worth, and of your light. That's a reflection of their reaction to your light. And the reality is that approval that you're seeking is going to come from within. And the more you see all parts of yourself, the more you know yourself, the easier it's going to be for you to put yourself out there in the world, and recognize that not everybody's going to see your vision. Not everybody's going to understand how you do things, but that doesn't mean what you're doing is bad or wrong. It just means that they don't get it, and that's fine. They could maybe be a little bit more wise and about sharing that, or kind in how they share that, but that's their journey. And if you want to stand up for yourself or say something, you can. But ultimately, it seems like this dream is about more clarity, more wisdom, more understanding of who you are, and a firm foundation of truth when it comes to like who you know you want to be, how you know you want to take up space, how you want to share your light with the world, how you can cultivate peace for yourself, how you can make your life enjoyable. And it's a beautiful dream that is a combination of understanding yourself, healing yourself, and taking up space in the world as the healed and empowered version of yourself you know you can be, and sharing your gifts in the world in whatever way is most authentic with your heart. And so I think that's so beautiful and so awesome. Like, you are so fucking awesome, can I just say? And I think that Spirit agrees, and they want this dream to manifest, and it is going to manifest. But it starts with a willingness to see how you can make that happen. So let's go ahead now and look at how you can embody the energy and actions required to make this dream manifest. And I know a lot of what I said is kind of broad, but it is broad because the semantics of how this will manifest in your life compared to someone else watching this is going to be different. And that's why it's really important to trust intuitively whatever is coming to mind when I'm channeling and when I'm talking about these broad ideas. Ask yourself, like, what does that mean for you? What does that look like for you? And what fills your heart with, like, not just excitement, but like passion? Like, those are the things that you should be noting as potential guidelines, potential paths, potential areas of creation, and things of that nature. But anyway, signs, how to embody this energy and take action towards these dreams. So to start, we have Cloak, which I love this deck, or this card. It's so fun. Anyway, sorry. We have the 9 of Wands. There it is. We have oneness. with the crown chakra. We have my energy is spent loving myself and sending love to others. And finally, we have I forgive myself for feeling as though there exists a person that could replace me. I choose to believe that I have a gift that no one else is capable of sharing the way that comes naturally to me. And when I embrace my passion, I own my place in the world. All right, I need to take a little sip of water because my throat is thirsty. I'm sorry for some of you that don't like drinking noises, but I need it. Like, I don't know what else to tell you there. Sorry, Sandy, but my SpongeBob ass needs water. Anyway, how can we embody this beautiful energy that we've been talking about? One key and heavy word here is protection. And this is self-protection and preservation and conservation. These are all going to be incredibly important because doing healing work and looking at yourself in a very real way, one, it's exhausting, it's draining, and it takes a lot of time and energy and allowance for things to like, we massively underestimate how much energy it takes to heal, to restore ourselves, to nourish ourselves, and to channel our energy and efforts into what's truly meaningful for us. And I feel like the worst thing you could possibly do in terms of manifesting this dream is get caught up in someone else's vision or lose so much of your time and energy that you can't dedicate any to yourself and your own development and growth. This oneness card is beautiful because what's really important for you in this upcoming cycle is facing yourself from a place of absolute compassion, understanding, and unconditional love for yourself. Because you really can't have compassion for the world if you don't have that compassion for yourself. And I feel like there are certain aspects of self, one of them, for example, this fear and this feeling that you're not good enough, or that there's someone better than you, or that you're replaceable. That, for example, is a vulnerable point that will stop you from sharing and stepping into your light. And if there are people, you know, for example, let's say you share something before you're ready, and then someone comes in with, well, so-and-so could do that, everybody's done that, you're not special, you're not unique, or whatever it may be. Like, that could really, that is an excellent example of how the universe could work through someone to really upset you in a way that's not meant to make you feel discouraged about yourself, but look at how external negativity could leave you vulnerable, and how other people's perceptions, other people's takes on the world could really hold you back in terms of sharing more of yourself because of an unaddressed wound within. With this 9 of Wands here, you know, with the 9 of Wands, like, there is a phrase I always think of where it's like, it's going to get a bit worse before it gets better. But here's the thing. There are just certain things within you that need to be seen in a way that makes you feel safe. Like, there are just certain aspects of self that not everybody needs to know about. Like, you know, if you have certain traumas that are very, like, painful for you, that you never want to share with others, but at the very least maybe you need to work with a therapist with, or with someone that can help you protect, like, those vulnerabilities and look at them in ways that are compassionate and nurturing and supportive and that make you feel safe. Like, I feel like that could be very important. I feel like there are things within you that are unacknowledged that you are trying to convince yourself either don't exist, or that they don't matter, or that if you just ignore them, they'll go away. And I feel like what the universe is trying to show you is that you are not whole if you are denying any part of yourself. Like, we can really get ourselves into trouble when we start judging certain aspects of self as good or bad. Like, we all have strengths and weaknesses. We all have different gifts. We all have valuable things that we bring to the table. And I feel like one thing that you may not see about yourself is how unique your perspective is, and the gift that your perspective brings. And one gift that you may not recognize is there are many people in this world who only care about their own peace and happiness. They don't give a flying fladoodle about anyone else's. The fact that you care so much about the world experiencing peace, the world experiencing understanding, and I think that's why you are so compassionate and understanding towards the world around you. It's you're literally embodying and expressing the behavior that you wish to have done towards you. And unfortunately, humanity as a collective, the boys were struggling a little bit, but we also have to remember that we've come a long way in a short time. We got a long ways to go, but the wisdom and awareness and understanding that we're starting to gain and the changes that are making, we have to continue putting good, positive, loving energy towards ourselves and towards the problems that we have and the problems that the world has, because shame and hate and blame and guilt are not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to get you anywhere internally, and it's not going to get you anywhere in terms of bringing about a more peaceful reality. And I think the more you understand how you are not separate from the things that you hate, you are not separate from the things that you fear, you are not separate from the people that you idolize or the people that you put on a pedestal. You are all things. And I would really urge you, 2 places where you could do a lot of inner work in terms of becoming aware of unseen parts of self. What are your major pet peeves that people do? What are the things that you absolutely hate? And what types of people just really enrage you and frustrate you? Because those people are expressing aspects that within yourself in some form or some capacity you do not like, or you don't, do you get what I'm saying? I kind of got lost in my train of thought there, but looking at what you don't like in the world outside of you is what needs to be addressed within you. On the same token, looking at the people that you put on a pedestal, the people you admire, the people that you may even have jealousy of, which jealousy, for example, if you guilt yourself for feeling jealousy of someone, instead of beating yourself up for that, saying, I must be having this feeling because that person is expressing something that I know I want to express myself, but I haven't figured out how to express that authentically yet, or I haven't figured out how to integrate that into my being at this time. Where you desire to be like others, that's a sign of the direction your soul is yearning to go, where your heart is yearning to go, and where you are being called to explore. And I think the more that you just continue to look at how you are in everyone and everyone is in you, the more you will feel like you can show up in the world authentically, because you will understand, oh God, sorry if you can hear my stomach right now. She's growling. But I almost feel like that stomach growling is a sign of a lot of solar plexus upgrades. Your solar plexus chakra is where your gut is. It's where your sense of confidence and your sense of willpower and purpose is. And I feel like the more you realize that you are whole, and the more you understand yourself and study yourself and embrace who you are, the less people can tell you who you are, and the less you can be taken away from your truth because you know it. And the reality is human beings, there's so many ways in which we are not different or unique. There are so many ways in which we are similar, but there is no other you. One way that the human experience is unique is that there is no other human that has experienced the exact same things in the exact same time, in the exact same way, and the exact same mindset, and the exact same patterns, so on and so forth. You do have a genuinely unique perspective that is different from anyone else's on the entire planet, and you do deserve to explore that and share that. And the more you have confidence in that vision, the more you validate and embrace and protect what you're seeing, you'll know when the right time is to share something. When you give yourself the adequate time and space to process something, to go through something, to really move through an energy and reach a place of satisfaction with something before you share it, then the result of whatever you're sharing won't be, your peace won't depend on the response to what you're sharing. Your peace will come from, I reached this point of completion in this thing that I've created, or in this awareness that I have, and now I'm going to share it with the world. How other people respond to that is their right, and that's not something I can control, but I will remember and acknowledge that just because other people may be projecting their unconscious wounds, like let's say, for example, you know, someone is trying to shut you down from creating a cool t-shirt, you know, maybe that's because they have a dream of creating cool t-shirts and they don't think they're capable of it, so they just want to tear you and your t-shirt dream down. There's nothing saying that you both can't make t-shirts, and it's silly to think that somehow your t-shirts are taking away from their ability to make t-shirts, but that's their Delulu world, and if they want to live in it, they can. And if they want to wake up and realize that there are millions of people in this world selling shirts, that they can take up space too, and they can sell their version of shirts as well. You know, I feel like one thing that you really need to understand is that the love that you receive from others is not going to be what nourishes you. What nourishes you is going to be the love you cultivate within yourself, and that you give freely from a place of overflow and from a place of authentic service. That is going to be the most satisfactory, because the ones that are genuinely grateful for it, you'll know it and you'll feel it. And the ones that aren't, you'll be able to just let go of that and release that, because you know that what you're doing does serve a purpose in the world. It does have a reason for it. And just because someone can't see that doesn't mean that your vision or what you're sharing is somehow bad or wrong. It just means that humans are different, and it's insane to think that we're all going to agree and like the same things. But I think more than anything, if you find yourself getting in a place where you feel frustrated with yourself or others, you're starting to feel like you can't accomplish things, like putting in all this effort towards yourself is futile or worthless, I really think that is when you need to take a step back and take time to nourish yourself and send love to yourself. And also, when you find yourself getting in a position where a part of you is getting really triggered or upset, that's when you want to take a step back and ask yourself, okay, what part of me is feeling this way? And really ask, like, when have I felt this feeling before? Like, what was I experiencing? What was happening? And see if there's any similarities there. And also just addressing and acknowledging that part and reminding yourself that you're safe. I feel like cultivating a sense of safety within yourself and learning how to regulate the uncomfortable and difficult emotions that come with being seen and sharing yourself and seeing yourself in a realistic way and not in a way that the ego would like. It's empowering, but it's also scary, and it's also it's a lot. It's draining and it's exhausting. And so I think the best thing that you can do is put yourself first, especially when things are getting difficult. I love that this woman has like this cloak on, because I really do think that Spirit is encouraging you at this time to give yourself ample time and space to just go within and be with yourself and not feel like you have to be doing things. Like, if you just want to spend an afternoon staring at a wall, do it, because I feel like you could be pondering such powerful things and have powerful awareness that you wouldn't have otherwise. I also just think that there is this real need for you to understand that, like, you're not meant to give up, and you won't give up, and you won't fail with this dream. But if you don't give yourself the time and space that you need to rest, the time and space that your creations need to be protected, to be, you know, cultivated in a way that doesn't leave them vulnerable to like outside opinion or outside negativity, like, that's very important. And recognizing like when you need time and space on your own, when you need to go within, when maybe you're worrying too much about the world because you're forgetting to look at yourself. When you get over involved in other people's issues or problems that you have no control over, that is a sign that you may be feeling out of control, and that you may be feeling helpless, and that you may be feeling like things are just really bad. And that's when you want to like be like, okay, I'm seeing that outside in the world, so I must be feeling that internally. What do I need to look at within myself? How can I start to see myself? Does that make sense? So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and get you some charms now. So full transparency, my eyes are closed, but we're gonna use these charms to look at just signs that you're on the right path, signs that this dream is manifesting, and any other guidance these charms may have. So Spirit, what signs do you have, any guidance do you have for pile 2, please? Ooh, okay. Well, starting off with a banger, I see. first of all, we have the Nazar coming out. So one, this could be a sign that maybe like you could be dealing with some evil eye, and it may be a good idea to just kind of be cautious and conscientious who you share your time and energy with. But I also think it's really important to remember that like sometimes if we get too focused on those concepts of like the evil eye or things like that, we can almost like make ourselves vulnerable by being too hyper aware of it and fearing it. The most powerful spiritual protection in the world is just to have goodwill towards yourself and others. I'm telling you. But also it makes me think of, there's this cake creator. I love her. Her name is Bake My Day by Mimo, M-I-M-O. And she told this evil eye story about, which is really cool. If you guys remind me, I'll see if I can find a link or something, or just check her out because she's a really great creator, like really just positive, and I like her. Anyway, she was talking about how she used to have this friend who had genuinely no ill will towards her, but like had this evil eye going on when she was making cakes, and it like happened multiple times, and it was an interesting story. And this may be a sign for you, like if there are certain people that you love in your life and that like, you know, you don't want to like necessarily cut out entirely, or you don't need to do something that extreme, but maybe you need to hide certain parts. Like for example, you know, if you're making something and they're very negative about like what you're creating, or if it seems like things just go wrong when they're around, like maybe don't share that stuff with them. But the Nazar could also just be a sign of safety and spiritual protection. We also have a sign of angel wings, so you definitely have angelic protection, and I also think your guardian angels are watching over you through this process. And I also think if you're comfortable with prayer, I would really pray to like your guardian angels, to the archangels, if there's any that you specifically feel connected to, and just ask for guidance, clarity, peace, love, support, intervention, whatever it may be, because I feel like opening your heart to that could remind you how you're not alone. And I think one of the cool and important and powerful things about alone time is we're not alone when we're truly with ourselves. We feel lonely when we don't feel connected. And I feel like the more you connect to yourself, the more you will connect to like your spiritual side and to your ability to, you know, everybody on this planet has like psychic gifts and abilities. They manifest differently, but I feel like there's a lot that's trying to communicate with you, in terms of just loving encouragement and wanting to just be a container of love for you as you work through challenging and painful energies that you're ready to release, so that you can just be the most authentic, badass version of yourself. And we also have this world here. So I feel like symbols of like the globe and the world could just be significant in the sense that I'm hearing this song about with you, heaven is a place on earth. And I think that you're part of your path this lifetime is to prioritize your own healing and your own like path, because that will help the world heal as well. That will help others on their path. Like I feel like part of your purpose, like the reason it's not a bad thing to care about people you've never met. It's not a bad thing to care about like the state of the world. That's a wonderful, beautiful thing, and we need more people caring about it. We need less people to be nihilistic and act like things are just going to happen horribly, and instead have people that are willing to take action and willing to stand up and willing to actually go do something instead of just like, you know, complaining about it. I really do feel like this is a sign. Whenever you see the world, remember that you are here to be the change you want to see. And whenever you are getting frustrated with the world for acting or behaving in a certain way, ask yourself how you act that way, how you might embody that energy, and work on that. Anytime you get yourself in this disempowering place of, if people were just less like this and if people didn't act like that, like look at how you do it, because you are people. We are people. Like we are our problems a lot of the times, even though, and we're all interconnected and all that jazz, but you'll see that with the oneness. Anyway, we also have the octopus. So the octopus could be a very significant animal for you. This is a sign of intelligence, and also an animal that like is very adaptive, is able to work through like a lot of different, well, obviously they're like very highly intelligent and they're almost alien. Isn't that a true thing? Like octopi have like the most alien or like different DNA to anything else on the planet or something like that. I feel like you have a very different perspective, and what you need to understand is that different perspective is not something that you're meant to like hide from the world. Like the fact that you don't see it shown outside of you is a sign that you're the one that's meant to share it, because you're also going to kick yourself if you see someone else sharing it when you knew that. Anyway, we also have 209, so 209 could be a significant number. 902, 90210 Beverly Hills, or 602, 206. Any of those could be significant numbers. I started with 902, so I kind of want to see what 902 says in my numbers book, if I know where it is. I did that for pile 1. Oh no, where is it? Oh, she's right here. Okay. I'm going to look at what 902 and 206 say in this. It's called the 1111 Oracle book in case you want it. But let's just see. 902. I offer all my relationships to Spirit for karmic healing, so loving fulfillment may manifest for all according to higher wisdom and grace. Love it. What's 206? My relationships provide blessed opportunities to learn and express unconditional love. Wow, okay. So that is a very clear sign. I apologize to anyone who wanted me to look up a different number that I didn't. Those were just the 2 numbers that I felt most called to. So, okay, I'll do 290. That's it. Otherwise, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be doing all of them, and you guys are going to get really annoyed with me. Or not all of you. Some of you will. I shouldn't generalize, because there's a lot of different lovely humans that get set off by different things. Anyway, 209. Oh, wait, no, 290. Oh, all right, okay, 209 and 290. My connection with my spiritual guides is powerful, helpful, and real. That is what you need to remember. That is this cloak of protection. Your connection with your spiritual guides is powerful, helpful, and real. And then finally, 290. I pray that karmic healing in my relationships brings clarity and freedom through mercy and kindness for all. Beautiful. Okay. So those could be important messages or affirmations. Take those as they resonate. But we also have this cat with an arched bag. So I feel like that is a sign to really trust your intuition. And when something or someone gives you the heebie-jeebies, or like a sign that you shouldn't trust something, listen to it. When something like when something seems off, feel it. You have a powerful intuition, and I feel really called to say, like, if you almost feel like a cat, like you know, when they take that position, it's like they sense danger, right? Trust when you sense danger, and trust that, because like you may find out the hard way if you choose not to trust it because you don't have evidence. And finally, we have the 5 of Wands. So I definitely feel like this is a sign that life may seem like a fight for a little bit, in terms of like people disagreeing with you, in terms of you having to stand up for yourself. But since there's a lot here about karmic healing in terms of your relationships and things like that, I think that Spirit is really trying to get you to see that the relationships that are meant to meant to be in your life are ones that are not going to feel so challenging to maintain, are not going to be ones that make you feel like you can't be who you are. You might find that there are people that fight back against the new version of you that you're trying to become, and what Spirit really wants you to know and understand is that it's not something to feel like you're doing something wrong about. It's just these people desiring to continue having that closeness, or their desire to continue having whatever benefits they've gotten from the version of you that you're leaving behind, and they're trying to keep you in that place because it benefits them. So pay attention to that. But with that being said, I also feel like you're really just being encouraged to put yourself first, and put what matters and is meaningful to you first. So we're going to go ahead now and finish off with some final guidance and affirmations. So we have affirmations for acceptance, which is interesting because we have like the dice and fate, and we'll look at that later. We have the third eye chakra with the theme of purification. The trigger statement is, their opinion matters to me. And the true statement is, I see things in a new way. As you release external influences and energy, you will become clear with regard to what is needed. We have 5. So the number 5 could just be significant in general. Flexibility is your forte. When life throws you a curveball, you can easily adapt to new circumstances and find excitement in the unexpected change. Be brave and bold in your endeavors. I am adaptable. And with that octopus energy, I really feel like that is like the energy you want to embody when it's time to adapt, because an octopus can fit in a lot of different environments, and it's also very intelligent. And so I feel like you need to trust your ability to be able to handle challenges as they come. You're a lot wiser and more powerful than I think you know. We also have Equilus. How can you offer anything authentic to the world if you can't retreat inward? Yeah, so horses could also be a powerful symbol for you, because I feel like part of what you need to understand is what actually drives you, what actually moves you, you know? The horse is a powerful force, of course. Sorry. Just had to do that. Anyway, I feel like Spirit is really saying, like, you know you have something of value to offer to the world, but you don't want that vision to be muddled. You don't want that message to come off as hypocritical. And if you push yourself to share before you fully integrated like the wisdom required to share it in a way that is truly based in truth for you, like, you may find that you take back things that you have to take back things, or you have to re-edit things because they no longer resonate anymore. So I feel like this is more of a time to rein things in and focus on vision, which, speaking of, we have crow which is swords energy. The crow is like a very psychic bird, and we have crows all over here. So crows could be significant as well, but this is about you. One, daily meditation I think is going to be very helpful for you. Like, I know the keywords to the crow are psychic, strong, and clear. And I feel like those are all aspects of the dream that you're trying to embrace and embody. And if you see here, the crow is standing on this darkness, but there's this ball of colorful light within. And I feel like that is what you are needing to access, because what's protecting it is this darkness, is this conditioning, is anything that's unconscious that you haven't seen. Like, there's so much value within you that is dying to be shared with the world, and I know you feel it, and I know you want to share it, and the universe wants you to share it too. And so in order to get there, we have to look at what's in the way of that pure, authentic vision, what distorts it, what makes it less powerful, and instead get you so connected with your own vision that sharing it with the world, that showing up as you are is so it is so instinctual and intuitive and authentic that there is no room for you to question yourself. There is no room for you to worry about what other people are thinking or how they're perceiving you, because you're so fully in your own authentic experience of being. And like, it's just such badass behavior, and like, you are going to get there and you are going to do it, and it's awesome. But the most important thing to do is to recognize that you don't need to be a part of other people's perceptions of you. Like, you are not going to find your clarity, your healing, your strength in other people's affirmations or other people's opinions. You're going to find them within you, and you're going to find that your opinion and your approval is the most powerful and healing opinion and approval you'll ever need. Anyway, let's look at affirmations for acceptance, because there's usually really good. Okay. There is a prayer that says, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Sometimes, no matter how hard we try, there are circumstances or realities that we can't alter. Illnesses, broken relationships, lost jobs. There are unfortunately plenty of things in our lives we can't fix. It can be difficult to keep fighting, but sometimes battling the unchangeable just uses up time and energy that would be better used in more productive ways. Sometimes what we really need is simply the serenity to accept those things we cannot change, and the wisdom to know when it is time to do so. For a practical exercise, make a list. On one side, the things you don't like about your life and have some control over, and make some concrete plans for how to change them. On the other side, list the things about your life that make you unhappy and that you have no control over whatsoever. Give some thought to how much of your energy is going towards being angry and frustrated about those things, and how much time you spend fighting the impossible or just plain complaining. Once you've contemplated it for a while, take half of the list and rip it into shreds. Then let the tiny pieces of paper go to the Go to the next time there is a strong wind. This card is probably trying to tell you that there is something you need to simply accept. You almost certainly know what it is already. You just need a nudge to let go and let Goddess or let God. Whatever it is, be kind to yourself or Goddess, right? Be kind to yourself and stop fighting. Take a deep breath, admit that there are some battles you can't win, and move on. Sometimes it can be tough to accept that the fate or gods might have plans that are different from the ones you had. It's okay to ask for help. Here's a simple prayer for acceptance and peace. Dab a little lavender essential oil on a white candle or rub some herb, dried or fresh. I was like, oh, herb? Oh. My brain went to a different place. Between your palms, let the power of air carry the healing, calming scent inside you, and breathe slowly. Breathe slowly and deeply. Light the candle and say, God and Goddess, please give me the strength to accept the things I cannot change. Help me to be strong enough to let go and wise enough to know when it is time to do so. Help me make peace with the parts of my life that are outside of my control and guide me so I might use my energy wisely. Give me peace and serenity, so mote it be. Then sit and breathe for a while. Oh, that is bothering me. There should be an E there. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like sit and breathe. If you are struggling with acceptance, carry a small lavender. See, I'm going to pronounce that wrong. That's my karma for being bothered by that. Is that sachet? I don't know. Or dab a bit of essential oil on your clothing or tissue tucked on into your pocket so the aroma will remind you of the spell. Cool. So I hope that's helpful. But pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that's one of the simplest and easiest and most supportive ways for you to show appreciation for my channel, exchange energy with me, and, you know, express your gratitude. So thank you to everyone who does that. But if you'd like to help me in other ways, you can like this video, which is so helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below and subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Shout out to my notification squad. If you want me to see your comment, I usually see comments when I first upload, like within the first day-ish. I used to say within the first few hours, but it's more like the day. Anyway, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out my other videos. You can check out my social media. And I think that's it. But that's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Silver Sheen Obsidian Ghost and this stack of cards, then this is going to be your reading on the dream of yours that is simply meant to be. If you'd like a full breakdown of the reading and explanation, there is one in the intro, but just to reiterate, if this part of the reading does not resonate, then this is not your message. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at what the dream is that is meant to manifest for you, whether you consciously recognize it or it's subconscious, and me bringing it out gives it conscious affirmation. Is that the right word? I don't know. I just all of a sudden feel like as soon as I started your reading, like I feel like I got cut off from something. And I know I'm not cut off from anything, but it definitely seems like you feel cut off from your own like source a little bit. So let's look at that. So we have dawn, the light after the darkness. Shout out to all the dawns out there, DAWNs and DONs. We got the 2 of Pentacles. We have Spirit Quartz. We have ornaments. So it is a remembrance of what once was with what will be, a fragile beauty beaming upon thy. And finally we have broom. What dreams may come from what you seek. Make room, make way, a clearing need be. Okay, well, first of all, I want to tell you that if you've been asking the universe for a sign that like things are going to get easier, that things are going to get better, that there is hope, like this is it. I feel like if this is your reading, your dream is centered around 1, having a new beginning and a fresh start, healing and releasing things from your past that have really held you back, living life from a place of connection to your spiritual truth. And spiritual truth doesn't have to mean like you may not be a very spiritual person, but the truth that has meaning for you, the truth that resonates in the depths of your heart and soul, like what feels most authentic to you. But I also feel like there is this wish to get more done in the world, make more of an impact, and for life to feel more balanced. If you're stuck in a dark place right now, or stuck in a place of frustration or a lack of clarity, where you're hoping for a light at the end of the tunnel, like this is the sign that that's coming. And this is also a sign that you're closer to that light than you think. In fact, exactly what is like making you feel held back, or exactly what is keeping you in the dark, like those are the very things that addressing and facing that are going to help you get to this place of recognizing that there is this fresh start, and that there is hope, and there is change, and there is a new day. I feel like part of your dreams, whether you consciously recognize them or not, is to live a life that honors who you were and where you came from, while also making room for expansion and exploration for who you're becoming and who you will be. I feel like there is energy here of creating your own traditions, forging your own path that is completely unique to you, and being able to explore different elements of life and having enough time to do so. With the Two of Pentacles here, I feel like part of your dream is to be able to dedicate yourself to more than one thing that has a lot of meaning to you. So like, for example, maybe having more time to work on a business while also working on your artistic creativity, or being a parent while also being a student. Like there's so many different ways in which like we're pulled in a million different directions. And I think that there are changes that you want to make that will make you more busy, that you don't necessarily have the energy for right now. And it seems like you either know what things you want to add to your life, or you know what direction to head in order to see what needs to be added to your life. But you know that those things can't be added to your life quite yet, because there needs to be a healing, a release, and a surrender of what's not serving you anymore, what's not meant to come with you on your path, what's keeping you stuck in a dark place, and what's making you feel hopeless, what's making you feel like you're not different, like you can't change. I definitely feel like there is a real desire for you to be able to integrate all the aspects of your being and either create your own like traditions or rituals or practices around these beliefs or truths that hold meaning for you. Or there may be a desire to integrate those things with aspects, beliefs, rituals that already exist within your culture, or that are already a part of your family, and kind of blend those together. I feel like more than anything, you have the dream of starting over, but also just living a life that you authentically love, and that allows you to be the most loving version of yourself. I feel like one thing that you need to give yourself credit for is a lot of you haven't seen, first of all, a lot of the growth that you've already achieved, and the sheer fact that you want to be a loving version of yourself, you want to be a version of yourself that you can be proud of. Like, there are a lot of people who really don't care and already think they're great, like, and no shade to them, but the fact that you have that self-awareness of like, yeah, even if I am great, I could be better, or maybe we all should like stop. This is a hot take and a side opinion that I probably shouldn't share, but I will anyway. I don't believe that we should be allowed to call ourselves like quote unquote good people, because I think that our value and our worth doesn't necessarily stem from the idea of goodness, because things that are good to some people are not going to be good for others. And also I think a lot of people work really hard to convince themselves that they're good people rather than just like doing good in the world, because there's this concept of like, I'm a good person, but it's like, well, who knows? Like, our sheer existence causes one another harm. Like, that doesn't mean we're bad, doesn't mean we're evil. Like, it's life. It is what it is. How we interpret it is very important. And I think that like maybe there are a lot of interpretations about yourself where you feel like you're not good, or you feel like you're flawed or broken. And I think part of your healing and part of this dream coming true is a reclamation and a recognition of the parts of yourself that you've rejected, that you've shamed, that you've separated yourself from, and seeing how those parts of you are necessary to either acknowledge and embrace so that they can be released, or are needed to be like reabsorbed or seen by you and by a version of yourself who has a new frame of mind that's more loving, more positive. And I feel like seeing like certain aspects of your wounded self through a more loving perspective, that is something that will bring you a lot of healing and also help you recognize where maybe you're being unnecessarily harsh on yourself or beating yourself up. I feel called to tell like it's funny but also like super embarrassing, but a story about myself that like I think will actually perfectly articulate like what I'm trying to explain. When I was in second grade, I was playing second base in a softball game, and I totally peed my pants on a softball field, and it was one of the most horrifying moments of my entire life. And I remember praying to God that like, because we were so close to the game being over, I was just like, and I wasn't even good at sports. I was usually in the outfield. Like if I had peed in the outfield, nobody would have noticed. But naturally, one of the times I was playing second base, like I pee and you could see the pee in the dirt. But I was like, oh my God, like please God, like do not let this, like whoever was batting, like hit the ball. Please let them strike out. Please let this game be over, right? And I just remember being, and that did happen. My prayers were answered. Thank you, Lord. But it was horrifying and so embarrassing. And I used to look back on that moment with like so much shame. And like now it's honestly like really funny. But actually what's really sad about it is the reason why I peed my pants was because I had to go to the bathroom the entire game, but I was too afraid to ask my coach to go to the bathroom because I was afraid he was going to yell at me, because he did yell at someone else who asked to. And when I looked at it through this adult lens of like, oh my God, I was so afraid of being yelled at and so afraid of like a grown ass man like being upset at me for having a bodily function, that I took my bladder to the point of needing to do something about it, and it put me in a situation that was even more uncomfortable than I would have been getting yelled at. So one thing that I realized, and like it was no longer an embarrassing moment to me, and I feel comfortable enough talking about it because I realized like how sad it actually is that I carried that like memory as an embarrassing one, and that I shame myself for it, when in reality it's very shameful that, you know, an adult created an environment so negative and unsafe that I felt like I couldn't go to the bathroom. Like that's unreal, right? And so the point of me saying all that is there may be experiences that you've carried from your past that you thought were embarrassing or shameful. When you look at them through this more adult lens and through a more compassionate lens, you think, wait, actually it was really messed up that I was put in that situation in the first place, or this shouldn't have even happened, and this is a failure on like, you know, the adults in this situation, or whatever it may be. And I think that understanding, and also the understanding of the fact that like, I am sure that coach would not be mad. I'm sure that coach would not have wanted me to pee my pants. You know what I mean? If he knew it was that bad, which that goes into a whole discussion about women and girls not being listened to. But anyway, I'm sure if he knew how bad it was, he wouldn't have been that upset. But, you know, adults are just children in big bodies, and a lot of them have their own issues, and a lot of them bully children, point blank. I don't even remember who my coach was, but I was... You know, that I'm sure like the vast majority of people here can attest to the fact that you have had, probably most of your coaches have created negative experiences for you. Teachers, coaches, professors that create negative experiences and things that you love, and then causes you not to want to do those things because they ruin and suck the joy out of everything. That's a pretty good metaphor for how the world is, right? And I think that for you, a lot of what you're doing in terms of making this dream a reality is realizing where you are like allowing yourself to be miserable, but also where you are unfairly beating yourself up because you feel like you've done something wrong, or you haven't seen something from a more loving and compassionate perspective. I definitely think that like the new beginning you want is already here, and this dream is like already actively coming true. Like whether you see it or not. Like, there's a lot of awareness coming in for you. And I think more than anything, whatever you know you need to do, whatever you've been holding back on, those are the exact things that you need to tackle and conquer, because those are the things that are making you feel stuck in the past and stuck in the energy that you're currently in, that you don't want to be in, that you dream about getting out of for this new beginning, if that makes sense. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and see how you can take action towards this dream and how you can embody the energy to bring this dream about. So for you, we have Ether. We have Bliss with Spirit Quartz. Oh, not with Spirit Quartz. We have Bliss with the Crown Chakra, but it fits with Spirit Quartz, so I guess maybe that's a crystal you want to look at. We have the Four of Wands. We have I laugh freely and loudly, and I'm proud of the space that I take up. And finally, we have I forgive myself for holding on to the notion that no one understands me. I choose to believe that when I make an unwavering effort to understand myself and the way I feel, I am able to effortlessly communicate with others on a deeper level. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of what this is about for you, a lot of what you need to do is like stuff you're already kind of somewhat aware of. But essentially, like, there's a real encouragement here to continue letting go of like the thought patterns and habits that you know don't serve you, that you know make you miserable. But I also think that you need to give yourself more permission to just enjoy life and enjoy and give yourself unapologetic moments of joy, even when shit sucks. Because like, there's so many things outside of our control, and there can always be something sucky, but I feel like there are opportunities for more happiness in your present that you're not seeing, because you're almost projecting the idea of your new beginning in the future, when in reality your new beginning happens the moment you acknowledge it as now. Your new beginning is right now. Your dream can be coming true right now. And what really needs your attention is your inner world and your ability to connect to the unseen, because the fact that we have the Ether card here, it seems like you really need more spiritual energy in your life, that and you need more God in your life, and by that I don't mean like a narrow definition of God unless you adhere to that, but what I mean is you need more of an unconditionally loving divine presence that exists within and connects us to all things. You are the love that you seek. You are love, you are loved, and you are worthy of love, and you are worthy of receiving love in the outside world. And I feel like for you, there is a need for you to love the versions of yourself and send love to the versions of yourself that didn't know any better, that you felt like you had to detach yourself from because other people told you like those versions of yourself were wrong. I feel like with the Four of Wands, you need to celebrate how far you've come, and also like take note of the people that make you feel most like yourself, because I think those are the people that it could be most healing to celebrate with. And I also think if you're like, well, I don't have any friends, well, there's one of the things that you can manifest, babe, and you can start by not saying the phrase, I don't have any friends. Did you not click on this video? Did I not say the term, hi friends? Like, it's the Delulu for me. Like, you need to take a step back and recognize that like you're affirming the fact that no one wants to be friends with you when you're just wrong. Like, if you have the belief that no one will want to be friends with you, like that is the reason why you won't have any friends. I feel like one thing that you need to recognize is that you are incredibly unique, but you are also like, your pain and suffering is not super unique and unimaginable and unknowable to the rest of the population. There are plenty of people who won't understand it, who won't empathize and won't get it, but there are plenty of people who will. And I think one thing that you need to recognize is that the most powerful relationships you have are not going to be the ones that resonate with your pain. They're going to be the ones that resonate with the path of healing and resonate with a path of empowerment and a path of light and a path of hope. It's hard to feel and have hope when you're around people who are determined to be miserable and determined to look at things in a negative light. And it's hard to feel like anything will get better when you refuse to allow yourself like in a moment of peace or the opportunity to cultivate like an ounce of joy. You know, if you're denying yourself the opportunity to just go for a silly little walk or get a nice little treat because it'll make you happy, like those are things where you are holding yourself back and denying yourself joy in the present moment because of an underlying belief of like you don't deserve it or whatever it may be. I feel like one thing that you need to recognize is that you deserve to take up space, and you deserve to be here, and you deserve to be your unique self. And you don't need to be attached to the idea that, you know, in order, like, that your identity is around being misunderstood. I feel like actually being nihilistic and being negative actually makes you so much like everyone else. And what could make you really different and unique is being willing to cultivate, you know, a sense of inner bliss, a sense of loving acceptance and loving awareness for, you know, the gifts of your present, and an awareness of how you can use your present to bring about the future you also want. But I feel like it's very important for you to recognize that a lot of what you truly desire is not tangible. It's ethereal. It's a feeling. It's a feeling of I'm here. It's a feeling of I've arrived. And you are here. You have arrived. You're on this planet. Like, for better or for worse, you're here, and you've been living, and you've been doing it. It makes me think of the song from Tangled that Rapunzel sings about, like, when will my life begin? But it's like, your life began. Well, I'm not even going to finish that sentence, because there are people that have opinions about that, and I'm not trying to go down that path. Your life already began. All right, let's just say that. Collective reading is an art form, and sometimes you gotta toe delicate lines. Anyway, your life already began. You're here, you're alive. Do you want to waste another minute of it believing that you don't deserve to access the most powerful and positive emotions that exist, and that you don't deserve to feel connected to a cosmic source of love that is so powerful that it can help you withstand and sustain, like, the most powerful energy even through the hardest and most bleak situations and experiences? Like, part of what you are meant to see is that there is divinity in everything, and that even the things that we don't understand, even the negative things that happen in the world, there is divinity behind them. That doesn't mean that now don't take what I just said and be like, so you're saying that, like, we deserve war, like, God does this because what I'm saying is that there's a lot of crazy ass shit in the world, all right? And it's not our job to interpret why or how it's happening, but it is our job to be compassionate, supportive, care for ourselves, be nurturing and supportive to other people. Try our best to be good humans, damn it. Like, and I think one thing that you need to recognize is that you can't be a good human to other people if all of your focus is centered around how miserable you are and how you wish things were different. The universe wants things to be different for you too. The universe wants you to recognize where you keep yourself stuck in the past and stuck in an old story that doesn't truly exist. The new beginning you want is here. And the real key to making that new beginning feel real is to start feeling it and recognizing you don't need the universe to tell you. You tell the universe, I am here and I'm ready to, this is my new beginning. I'm ready for this new beginning. You know, it's an important and powerful thing for you to recognize that waiting for the universe to just make things happen is going to keep you stuck if you don't co-create with it. I feel like the universe has been feeding these ideas and this imagery and this inspiration around new beginnings, around change, around hope. But the universe can't get you there if you stay stuck in a version of yourself that keeps you chained to the past and keeps you chained to what you know doesn't work and what you know doesn't feel new, that doesn't feel hopeful, that doesn't contribute to a blissful state of being. And one place you have to start is you have to ask yourself, have I ever felt bliss? Do I believe that feeling bliss is possible? It is possible. Like, and if you, and you may have to ask yourself, have I ever even tried to? Have I ever even considered that that's a possibility for me? Have I ever even considered that hope is something that I cultivate within, and hope goes right in line with faith? Like, you have to have faith in what you can't see and what you can't know, and have faith that the universe is going to guide you accordingly. You have to have a hope in a greater divine intelligence and your ability to work with it to create an outcome that is not only more fulfilling and meaningful for you, but also that, like, helps serve the collective. You serve others by creating a more blissful, hopeful, light, meaningful life for yourself. Your life is not meant to be so hard, and it's not meant to take so much energy. In fact, you'll know when you're in alignment, and you'll know when you're like well on your way into this new beginning, because things will just flow so much more easily, and you'll have so much more trust in where you're headed, and your ability to know where the universe might be guiding you, and when the universe wants you to call the shots on where you want to go. Because it's important to remember, the universe is not here to just tell you exactly what you want to do. You're also here, like, fate and free will are kind of an interplay thing, at least in my belief system. And I believe that, like, you know, fate is kind of the destinations we're meant to get to, but free will is the choice in how we get there. And I think that for example, if, let's say, you're fated for a new beginning, how you get there could be very different. You could trust in that new beginning is coming and continue to act in ways that do not align with the version of yourself you see when you think of that new beginning. Or you can say, hey, this new beginning starts by me committing to getting enough sleep every night, giving myself the time and the space that I need. Because, like, sleep is an excellent and important example of needing, like, our body just needs to heal and, like, shut down and heal, and, like, that's so important. And I think that dreams could be a very powerful form of inspiration. And I think that, like, one form of bliss could just be allowing yourself to get into bed early, or get the comfiest sheets possible and the warmest bed, and make the best environment possible for you to sleep, and make sleep something, because sleep is so important, like, for your health, for your wellness, for your ability to move forward in the world. So, like, that is an excellent example of, like, how, you know, each day is a new start. Each day is a new hope, if you will. That makes me think of Star Wars. Like, I don't know, maybe Star Wars is significant, but essentially there's a call for you to recognize the fact that you don't give yourself enough credit for how far you've come already, and for the ways in which you could already celebrate and make life more joyful, but also recognizing that you have power in your life path, and that you have power in your state of being, and what you will and won't accept. I feel like the universe wants you to stand in your power more and acknowledge the fact that you may be the one denying yourself the possibility of a more blissful existence because you believe it's not possible, or you have this belief that you're not worthy of it, or that you don't deserve it. And so you may want to start by questioning those beliefs and going within and starting to look at where those beliefs are stemming from, where those beliefs came from, and what wounded parts of yourself created those beliefs as a mechanism to keep you safe. And see, like, you know, what are those parts of yourself truly needing? I feel like part of your bliss is just acknowledging that you're enough, and you're more than enough, and you deserve to take up space. If you weren't meant to take up space, you wouldn't be the sperm that won, like, point blank. And the egg wouldn't have chosen you. Like, I'm pretty sure the egg also chooses, right? I don't know. I'm not a biology girl. I skipped a lot of my bio classes in college. But anyway, I really do think that part of the reason why it's hard for you to feel like a new person is because you're really attached to what people think of you, and really attached to this idea that you need other people's approval. You need other people to tell you it's okay to take up space. And that's what's making you feel like it's not. Like, you need to affirm for yourself that you deserve to take up space, and you're allowed to take up space. Like, and also, if you weren't meant to take up space, you wouldn't be here. If you were meant to be something that you weren't, if you're meant to be something else, you would be it. You are who you are for a reason. You have value at this point. You have value, period, but there is value in your perspective and this period of time. And I really do think that right now, the biggest and best thing that you can do is start questioning what you tell yourself, because a lot of what you tell yourself is not only not true, but it keeps you in a limited it keeps you stuck in a limited vision with a story that no longer resonates, and a guidance system of behavior that, like, doesn't work for you anymore. It's like your operating system needs updates, and the only way you're going to do that is by going within and really looking at you know, the unconscious parts of yourself that need to be addressed, and also celebrating more of yourself. Celebrate, like if you feel the feeling of bliss, that in of itself should be cause for celebration. I feel like you do need to celebrate yourself more and just have more fun. Allow yourself to be more free and not take life so seriously, because guess what? We're all gonna die, like no matter how seriously we take it. And you shouldn't be afraid of that. I mean, I guess I won't tell you how I feel about that, but like I do feel like it's important to remember that nobody is going to, you know, the people that you're concerned about that judge your life, like they're not going to be the ones that are there, you know, when it's your time, telling you, giving you praise for fitting into their viewpoint of the world. Like, don't live a life that you regret because you're afraid of embodying more light. Like I feel like one thing you also need to recognize is that you are the light that you seek. And sometimes when we are the light, all we can see is darkness. It can be really easy to take on that darkness, but what you need to recognize is that there's so much light within you, and the more you see it and the more you embrace it and the more you take action to nourish it and cultivate it and keep it protected, the easier it will be for you to express it in your outer world, and the easier it will be for you to manifest and to cultivate the state of being that you truly want. I feel like this is a process of clearing out what no longer serves you, going within and looking at the parts of you that need your love and care, looking at how you can infuse more love into your everyday reality, and also looking at where love already exists that you're not seeing it, you know? Like, for example, love, like, you know, there are people that we love that we take for granted, and their ways of expressing their love are different. You know, for some it might be cooking your favorite food, or, you know, checking and making sure you get home safe, or, you know, checking in with you. Like, there's so many different ways of love, and you know, like, for example, if you have a pet, you know, the love that your pet has for you and the value that you bring your pets, you know, the loves that your friends have for you, or your future friends that are coming into your life. Like, they're going to see all of your beautiful value and all that you have to give to the world. And I think that the biggest thing you need to know is that you are never going to find a deeply meaningful substitute for what you're truly seeking outside of you. What you're seeking is within you, and what you truly need is a stronger cultivation with your spirituality, and whatever and however that is for you. It doesn't have to be a religion, and it doesn't even have to be with a greater spiritual collective. It can just be with your own higher self. Like, spirituality for you can be your own thing that you explore and has your own meaning. But ultimately, I feel like what you need to know is that you need to believe before you see, rather than banking on seeing becoming believing. Does that make sense? What you believe in, what you have faith in, will materialize in front of your eyes. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get your charms now, and I'm just going to use the charms to look at any signs or symbols that might be like indicative of that you're on the right path, or just any like little guidance tidbits. So for full transparency, my eyes are closed, but Spirit, what signs and syncs are significant and relevant to pile 3, please? Okay. All right. So the first thing that I am hearing is that music is so important in terms of helping you find clarity. Pay attention to the music that you're resonating with, because one, music might be a great way for you to work out emotions that like maybe you don't quite understand. Like, it may be able to put words and like sound to emotions that you haven't quite been able to like put your finger on. It may also be a healing way for you to move through past hurt. So like, for example, you know, if there's a past heartbreak that's been holding you back from, say, for example, putting yourself out there again, maybe listening to albums by artists you resonate with about heartbreak, like listening to that and just, you know, like immersing yourself in the album and like and just going through that flow. Like, that could be an excellent way of healing, where someone else's creativity becomes a source of inspiration and a source of support for you, for example. But I also think that if you have any musical that you could heal through your own connection to music, if you want to create your own music. And I would also just pay attention to music that feels like the person you want to become, because listening to that music will help you ground that version of yourself into the now. And I also think it will just help you get into the energy of the feelings of bliss. Like there are so many songs that I think that do convey a feeling of bliss, and I think it's different for everyone what that is. But if there's any songs that bring you to that state, like those are ones you want to pay attention to. We also have this V here, which makes me think of victory, and for you to trust that you will be I'm burping. You will be victorious. But also this also makes me think of a crossroads. And I think it's important to remember that there is no right or wrong way to do things. There is just what you choose. And going back to that fate versus free will thing, trust that all paths are leading you where you need to go. Trust that it doesn't matter what path you take, you're ultimately going where you need to be. Like, for example, sometimes you may be focused on something that doesn't necessarily matter. Like when I used to stress so much about where I was going to go to school and where I was going to go to college because I thought it was so important. Turns out I was going to be depressed and miserable no matter where I went, because a large lesson of what I was meant to learn is it doesn't matter where I live. Like, I am a massive source of my own misery, and I'm going to be miserable no matter where I am. So like, me stressing over what place to go to really didn't matter. So I feel like you're being called to look at, where maybe you're putting too much stress or pressure on yourself, and take a step back and recognize that there is no right or wrong way. It's about what you think will be best for you and what intuitively feels right. But we also have choose optimism. And I think that this is so important. Like, there are human beings are particularly talented in making ourselves miserable. And it's kind of ironic, we have all of these comforts and all of these things that our ancestors never had, and that would view as heaven, being able to get on an airplane and fly to a place in a few hours instead of being on a nasty boat where you're gonna get cholera and typhus and have to eat moldy bread and be seasick and sit in a boat with just human waste and stench. And it used to be so much worse. And now that's not to say that we should just not acknowledge how far we have to come as a human collective. And that doesn't mean that we should ignore, the challenging things, the hard things, the things that hurt us. But choosing optimism is like I said, not about being toxically positive. It's about recognizing all of the beautiful things that already exist and forging gratitude for them. It is such a blessing to have running water. It is such a blessing to be able to go to a grocery store and get something off season. It's such a blessing to be able to be connected to people you've never met and yet share this beautiful connection with them. It's a blessing to be able to have the technology and awareness that we do, but that doesn't mean that we have life figured out and we know what's best for us. I feel like it's just really important to remember that it's so easy to see the negative. It's so easy to be miserable, and you can be positive and still realistic and still acknowledge what needs to change, what needs fixing, what needs compassion. I feel like one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself is acknowledge where you're not happy, acknowledge what needs improvement and what needs work, whilst also recognizing how far you've come, the fact that you deserve to feel good even when you don't know where you're headed or what's going on, that you deserve to feel peace and acceptance in the current and the shifting nature of life, and not feel like your peace is dependent on answers, because there's always going to be more questions than answers in your life. And the real answers that matter are the answers that make you feel hopeful, the answers that give you the most optimism and the most peace. That is what's going to be powerful for you. But we also have this narwhal with the books. And so I feel like a narwhal, so narwhals could be a significant animal, and they could also be a reminder, when you see them, that maybe you should read more or read specific books. But this to me is the narwhal is such a sick animal, because have you guys ever met someone that doesn't believe that a narwhal is real? Because I have. And I feel like a narwhal is an excellent example of a mystical creature that somehow made it to this world. And I feel like you're the same thing. You are a mystical creature who is here, and people may not believe in its existence, but you'll see it at some point. And I also, you know, the point's on the third eye. And so I think it's really important for you to trust your intuition and also find sources that help you understand yourself better. Like, for example, if you identify as like an empath or a very sensitive person, looking up resources for highly sensitive people and empaths and learning how to empower yourself. If you feel like, you know, you're into developing your clairaudience, like finding books about that, finding things that resonate with the person you want to become. And it doesn't even have to do with like psychic stuff. It can, but I think that this is more about using books and using like resources that are not digital as a way to affirm like the version of yourself you want to be, as a way for you to go within without having to just analyze yourself. I feel like if you find the right resources, you can do inner work without having to just like sit there and figure it out all on your own. But I think one of the most powerful forms of inner work for you will be emotional, like healing any wounds around your emotions and like emotional neglect or emotional abandonment, learning to recognize how your emotions manifest and how you can support yourself through them, emotional regulation. But I also think too, you need to have more faith in the fact that there's so much more to this world than what we can see. And like, just because you can't see it or other people can't see it doesn't mean it can't happen. Ether is all about tapping into what is unseen. And the more you tap into that, the more you will believe in the ether and believe in that interconnection you're cultivating, because you're going to see and you're going to gain clarity that helps you see that you are in fact connected to so much. You're connected to everything. You are the universe. You are love. Like, you are everything you're seeking, and you are so much more than what your linear mind thinks. You're not your thoughts. You are a grand multidimensional cosmic being who is having a human experience on earth, and that's incredible. You are a miracle, and you are a magnet for miracles, and the only thing stopping you from being one is the lack of faith. I feel like there's two themes here of clarity with this and clarity after a tower moment. There may be tower moments from your past that you haven't fully healed from despite getting clarity from them, and you may just be worried that there's more tower moments to come. And here's the thing, tower moments aren't bad. Like, they may be particularly harsh or upsetting, but whatever has happened so that you could see the light, happened so that you could have solid foundations. And it's important to remember there's so many fours here. The Four of Wands and 44 with bliss, 8, which is just 2 fours put together, right? Are there any other fours? Well, 23, 25. There's a lot of fours. There's other numbers too. But point being, 4 is our number of stability and solid foundations. And I think that when you have this solid foundation of cultivating this interconnection, celebrating all aspects of life, not just the wins, not just the light sides, but also acknowledging and giving yourself like grace when you are going through a challenging time, when you are, you know, reeling from a story you've been telling yourself about your past. Like, when that comes up, look at it as an opportunity to see what's playing out within your world that no longer that keeps you from your bliss rather than takes you closer to it. What about that story is no longer ringing true for you? What about that story is bringing you back to a place emotionally that is, you know, unhelpful or overwhelming or frustrating or overstimulating? I feel like more than anything though, Spirit is really asking you to trust in the solid foundations you're cultivating, because tower moments are not so extreme when our towers can withstand the storms. The only towers that truly break are the ones that don't have solid foundations to begin with. So the more you have a solid foundation within yourself, the harder it's going to be for anything outside of you to shake you, because you have this solid pillar of strength within you to lean on. And not only that, the more you have that, the more you can communicate that to others, and the more you know how to ask for help when you need more than just yourself, because it's delusional to think that you can do everything on your own. Like, humans are social creatures, and we need each other. We need connection, and connection is important, but the value of our connections is also important too, and the integrity of our connections is important. And I feel like one thing that you're going to be seeing slowly but surely is that the most powerful and healing connections you have, like I already said, are going to be ones with people that resonate with stories for optimistic stories of healing, stories of overcoming, and, you know, people that are patient, compassionate, supportive, give you space to speak your thoughts and allow you to share all of yourself, allow you to share. Well, I mean, you don't have to share all of yourself with everyone, but like, that makes space for what you want to share with them, what you feel comfortable sharing with them. That's all very important. And we also have this charm, which says, pray for us in Italy on the back of it. The charm must be made in Italy. Shout out to Italians, though. Italy could be significant, and roses could be significant. And I also think that this is a powerful sign for you to see prayer. Even if you're uncomfortable with prayer, just think of it as speaking to the universe, manifesting. But just prayer is very powerful, and don't give into the idea that prayer is useless, because it is a powerful way of speaking our intentions into the world. Your tongue is your sword. And ooh, we have Saint Francis of Assisi. So Saint Francis could be a powerful saint. He could also be a saint that is guiding you. He is a patron saint of compassion, of service, especially to the environment and animals. So if any of your passions have to do with that, I feel like you're being called to look at that. Yeah, and maybe just look into how Saint Francis is significant for you. Also, the name Francis could be significant. Makes me think of that drama show called Reign, that's based after like Queen Mary, and you know, she's like married to the dauphin named Francis. She's always like Francis, which is like really crazy because she's from Scotland, but she has a British accent, and then also like all the French people are French, but they also have British accents. Peak Hollywood tomfoolery. Speaking of teas, tea could be a significant sign, and the fact that we have TV here, that could be a sign for you to pay attention to like what you watch on TV or like what media you're consuming. Pay attention to that, because maybe a lot of what you're consuming is reinforcing this idea that things are hopeless or that things are doomed or bound to fail. I feel like a lot of TV shows made for adults sadly are very like egoic and violent and like dark. So I feel like you may have to be more discerning about what you allow yourself to consume, because the media you consume may cause you to doubt yourself or cause you to trust in a more peaceful and loving vision of yourself and of the world and all that. So with that being said, those are your charms. I hope that resonated. But we're gonna go ahead and finish off with your guidance for moving forward and guidance for continuing to manifest this dream, as well as a couple of other little symbols. Yes, so we have gratitude and thanks. So I really feel like the more you cultivate gratitude, the more quickly you'll find that things manifest, and the easier it will be for you to feel bliss. Like having gratitude for the fact that you have a warm bed that you feel safe in, like that is something that makes the experience of being in bed more pleasurable, because you could also be thinking about what you have to do tomorrow or how you feel you messed up that day, not even recognizing the incredible soft pillow that, you know, was forged by many different hands in order to get to your bedroom. And that was the soft pillow, the cozy comforter, the soft sheets. Wash your sheets if you haven't washed them in a while. And that's not like, dude, I'm telling you, some clean sheets, they make you feel like a new person, and you should be washing your sheets anyway. Like that is one of the most important things that you wash, because especially just because like it can be easy to forget, but they get gross fast. Wash your sheets. It's so worth it. Fuck all of your other laundry. It can wait. Undies and sheets, those are the priority. And that's another thing too. If you find yourself being stuck in like these pits of not knowing where to start with the essentials. Start with what is necessary. Don't feel like you have to finish things, but at the very least get started, because that's going to be so helpful. But I also feel like it's important to remember the power of gratitude also allows your manifestations to come in, because you're not looking at the world through a lens of lack. And if you think about it in the sense of like, if you were giving a gift to a friend, do you want to give your friend a gift if when you get it, you know they're not going to appreciate it? They're going to be like, yeah, this is great, thanks, but but I wanted this, or I thought it was going to look differently, or like, would you want to give a gift to a friend that wasn't grateful for it? Like, it's fun to give, like, all the fun in gift giving is the joy that the other person has in receiving the gift. Like, so the universe feels that joy. The universe wants to give to those that feel joy and gratitude for what they're receiving. The more you feel that gratitude, the more natural, like the universe is giving you blessings all the time. It's about whether you're consciously aware of them or not. You know, the universe is working miracles and making things happen for us all the time that we will never see. And the universe doesn't need credit for it. The universe doesn't need us to say, oh, thank you so much, but it's appreciated. And the reality of the situation is that the universe does things for you all the time and makes life easier, makes life more meaningful for you and is making things happen for you all the time, whether you see it or not. And how you interpret things is so powerful and so important, because like, let's say for example, let's say for example, you're late to work and you're frustrated and you're like, oh, I'm such an idiot, I can't believe I was late to work, and like, I can't believe I overslept, and blah, 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 and you're beating yourself up and all that jazz. When if you had been on time to work that day, you would have gotten in an accident. Like, you may never know that you would have gotten into an accident. There's no way to know. But feeling grateful for the fact that you got to work on time, well, even if you didn't get to work on time, you got there safely, could be something that helps you move about the rest of your day without letting the chaos and stress of having a crappy morning get in the way of that. I really do feel like the more you count your blessings and see the beauty that is right in front of you, the more you'll realize how blessed you already are and how this new beginning is at your fingertips. Your dreams are so close to manifesting, and it all has to do with an internal shift where you stop focusing on going from -10 to 0, and instead from 0 to +10. How do we add? How do we cultivate? How do we become what we want in the outside world? I feel like there's a real shift that needs to happen where you recognize not only are you insanely badass and like worthy of everything that you wish to cultivate in the world, but the universe wants that for you. The universe wants you to be your most empowered and loving version of yourself, because the world needs you that way. The world needs people that are leading with love. The world needs people that are compassionate. We have enough hate and division in the world, and you don't need to absorb it and take that out on yourself. We need more people that are willing to step into the light and show people that we are not doomed, that it is possible for us to have beautiful, hopeful new beginnings. It is possible for humanity to heal. It is possible for things to get better. It is possible for things to change, but that won't happen if we are just focused on what's wrong and sit there and listen, shit is warm. If you want to sit there, yeah, you'll be comfortable, but you gonna stink. If you want to get up and take a shower and be clean, you're gonna realize how much better it is not being in all the poop. Anyway, rant over. We also have number 9. It is your compassion. Yes, it is your compassion that makes you shine. You're devoted to helping the greater good and have a strong talent for speaking up for others. Your soul is most satisfied when you are being of service. I am compassionate. And that is the truth, Pile 3. The universe blesses those who bless the universe. Like, when you serve yourself and others, you are always going to be supported and you are always going to be abundant. Abundance is not about hoarding, and it's not about just taking. It's about giving and receiving. It's about knowing when enough is enough and knowing what to give and what to conserve. It's about recognizing the abundance that you already have, recognizing what you have within, and also recognizing that if there's one thing this world needs more of, it's more compassion and more love. And the more you cultivate that within towards yourself, the more it will be easier for you to be that way out in the world and not question yourself or not worry that how it comes across, because people who can't feel compassion for others are always going to project onto this assumption that they're doing it for selfish reasons. Like, there is a reason why it feels good to give to others, because if it didn't, humans would never do anything for each other. Like, there is a reason why it feels good to serve and give. And of course, like, the miserable curmudgeons that just sit back and do nothing and have no hobbies other than being little haters are gonna be like, yeah, well, there's still so many problems in the world, and like, you're only doing that because it's making you feel better about yourself. And it's like, yeah, it feels good to serve. Who cares? It helps someone else and it feels good. That's a win-win. You're not changing anything and you're being miserable. Like, there's a clear division of, like, one is much better than the other. Like, be the one I just described, because it resonates with you anyway. Not the negative one. The negative one is the one that tries to hold you back, and that's not what you're here for. But we also have the spider, which is so beautiful, because first of all, like, I feel like spiders get so much flack, because, you know, they can look a little creepy. But here's the thing, is spiders are natural creators, and they are process oriented, not results oriented. Could you imagine if spiders just stopped weaving webs because they were like, well, it's just gonna take me forever to do it anyway. No, if someone takes their web down, they're just gonna make another one, and they're just gonna keep going, and they're just gonna keep doing it. And I think that that's an important lesson that you need to remind yourself about your life's path, is that you're gonna have tons of new beginnings. There's always hope. There's always a new beginning. Every day is a new beginning for you, and the hope that you're seeking is within you, and it's an acknowledgement of, I can have hope and I can have faith in what's to come. And instead of placing your expectations in how things show up for you, trust that they're showing up the way that they're meant to, and that you have control over your part, and you can trust the universe to communicate with you and give you guidance when you need to make adjustments or where you need to shift accordingly. You can co-create. This spider card for you is a lot about co-creating, your dharma with the universe. And your life path may change. Your life path may have lots of different components to it. I mean, even with the Two of Pentacles here, you're meant to be multitasking. You're meant to be dedicating your time and energy to many different things. And what those things are for you may change over time. But what truly matters is that you have the time and energy to dedicate yourself to what has meaning for you, and to dedicate yourself to the joys of the process of creation, because the process of creation is what's going to make the results worth it no matter what. And not only that, the more you fall in love with the process, the easier it will be for you to enact change, because you're not going at things from an all or nothing place. It'll be easier for you to tackle big projects and big goals, because you'll be tackling them one step at a time, rather than looking at the end product that doesn't even exist, that's overwhelming you to the point of even taking the first step. I feel like what you need to know is that there are things you're going to create now that will have lasting impacts to the future, that will connect you to things that you can't even conceptualize right now. Go with the universe's madness, go with your intuition, and go with where you're being guided, because it will link you and take you to places that you can't even imagine. And I think it's important that 9 is your number here, because 9 is not only close to completion, but 9 is an individual number. It's a number of independence. And I feel like for you, understanding the number of 9 in the sense of understanding how to cultivate compassion for yourself. I don't care. Your compassion is less valuable to others if you don't have it towards yourself. It may as well not exist for others if you don't have it towards yourself. You cannot understand how to live compassionately if you can't extend it towards yourself. So there's a real need for you to find ways to be kinder to yourself, and recognize where you're being mean to yourself, and where you are reinforcing what your wounds have told you, how others have bullied you, how others have tried to keep you down, and recognize that those people that did that to you in the first place, they could have used compassion too. A lot of I feel like it's just important to remember that there's so much negativity in the world. It is not your job to carry all of it, and it's also not your responsibility to feel like you have to be in that state. You do more for others by being in a place of compassion, because there are so many people that don't know that they're worthy of compassion, don't know how to be compassionate towards themselves, or are just in situations where the path to healing is completely obscured, or they don't even know that that's a possibility yet. We need people like you standing up in a compassionate place, embracing life for all it is, and being a walking example of the fact that you can live in love no matter who you are, where you're at in your life, or what's happening. You are living, breathing proof of why it's worth it to be human. And I can't help but cry, but just you are so beautiful and precious and special, and I don't mean that in a snowflake way that people stereotype, but in a really real, you are an expression of God in form. You are an expression of ethereal, unconditional love in material form. That is incredible. You are an amalgamation of cells and electricity and all of these other unseen, unknown things that we still don't understand yet. You are part of a collective consciousness. You're connected to everything, and you are perfect in the sense that you are as you are meant to be, flaws and all. The flaws are perfect, and the way you evolve will also be in perfect accordance with divinity. You are divine. You don't need to try to be it. You don't need to validate that. You are divinity expressing itself as a human being, and you have the freedom, and you deserve to have a say in how that in your life, how you unfold in your life path, and how your life unfolds. While there are things that are going to be outside of you, a lot of what's important on your end is working with what's your responsibility. Your jobs are to work, your job, sorry. I was getting on a roll and then there was so much energy and I was like trying not to cry. Your job is to forge a clear connection with your own higher self, with your own spiritual self. And I have higher self readings if you would like to listen to any of those. Learning to have that strong connection will help you trust its guidance and not listen to the drama of the linear mind as much, because you're not meant to abandon your brain or your linear mind. Your linear mind is meant to help you come up with plans that assist whatever the heart is trying to move you towards. So for example, if your heart is really yearning to move to another city, your head is not supposed to say, your head's not supposed to like shame that or belittle that or stop that. The head might not understand how you're going to make it happen, but the head might say, okay, heart, you're feeling really drawn to this place. Well, maybe we should plan a trip there and see the vibe and experience it for ourselves and then see how we feel. Let's get to know some of the locals. Let's explore and see how we feel there. And then, take the next step. Maybe we'll get there and we'll realize we don't like it. And so that's an example of where if you just followed your heart and moved there and didn't check it out first, maybe you'd realize, oh, this isn't actually what I wanted to do. I think a vacation could have sufficed. When okay, I know I'm going in a million different directions. There's just so much here and I just want to make sure I get all of it. But that example that I was using is just a reminder of how don't use your mind to disempower and invalidate your heart. Use your mind to give your heart more structure and guidance when it comes to how can we do this in a way that is going to work for us, that is going to allow us to explore without diving into something we don't know. I feel like you're meant to work, you're meant to be in balance with all parts of yourself, but I feel like you have a hard time trusting, the parts of yourself that want to dream, the parts of yourself that want to have hope, and the fact that because you don't trust those things, hope is just out of reach because you don't believe it's possible or you're afraid to trust in it. And hope is not about a specific vision. It's not about things happening the way you want them to. It's about knowing that things can be and can and will get better, and we don't necessarily know how that happens. We don't know our role in it, but we trust that if we're meant to have a role in it, if it's meant to happen in a specific way that involves us, we'll be guided to do it, and it will feel natural and good. I hope that makes sense. But we also have the constellation Cepheus, and the quote says, "What if you weren't required to set yourself on fire to keep other people warm?" And this is an excellent example of how service is not meant to be. If you are serving others to the detriment of yourself, you're not serving. And so you may have this frustration with spirit, I do give to others, I am generous, but what you may not recognize is that you're not giving from a true place. You may be giving from a place of depletion, and you may be giving from a place of I don't feel good enough and it makes me feel better to give to others. It makes me feel worthy to give to others, rather than giving from that place of just authentic, I want to give to you because I have more than enough and this is how I can contribute. If you sacrifice yourself, set yourself on fire to keep others warm, the universe doesn't want you to do that. That's not leading you to hope. That's not leading you anywhere positive. The universe does not want you to be a martyr. The universe wants you to be a powerful embodiment of authenticity and of living your spiritual and loving truths in a way that is authentic to you, and in a way that is not dictated by the social constructs that society thinks are acceptable. They can be within that, and that's okay, but you shouldn't limit what's acceptable or possible for you based on what you've seen other people achieve or what will make other people happy. What's medicine for others could be poison for you, and it's important to remember that. And it's also important to remember that you rob other people of being able to be in alignment with their path when you're setting yourself on fire for them. Not only are you burning yourself alive, but you're robbing the people that need to be kept warm the ability to learn how to make a fire. So you're both losing. So remember that whenever you find yourself neglecting your own path in favor of someone else's, you're not responsible for other people's healing and helping other people change, but you are responsible for yours, for your healing. And by all means, you don't have to heal, but if you want to heal, which it sounds like you do, and you want to continue to have hope and grow and live in a blissful state, you have to take responsibility for the ways in which you disempower yourself and betray yourself in order to people please, or in order to, you know, make others happy. People that love you will want you to be happy. And if giving to them would cause strain or literally cause you to set yourself on fire, they wouldn't want that. And if there are people that want that, they're not people that are meant to be in this hopeful version of life, because not good vibes, you know what I mean? Finally, we have freedom with the sacral chakra and inspiring. So I definitely think your sacral chakra could use some healing, which your sacral chakra is key for creativity anyway. But the trigger statement is, I have no choice. And the true statement is, I create my day, my life. It is time to play. Do something different today to shift your routine. So this is really what this comes down to. Hope for you is about having more time to play, having more time to have fun. Feel free to watch movies, like for example, Nightmare Before Christmas, that you watched as a child that instilled hope. One thing that I've been doing, if there are versions of yourself that you want to like remember what it was like to be them, or you want to understand where you were at that time, find the songs you were listening to that remind you of that time. Because one thing that I've been doing interestingly is connecting to past versions of myself based upon like what I was listening to at that time. Because if you have songs that you hear and they just take you back to that time, you could intentionally listen to those and get insights from that version of yourself that maybe you hadn't connected to before. And it may be painful to like sit in those memories, but there may be a lot of insight and awareness where maybe you could bring healing to that past version of yourself and say, hey, this wasn't our fault, or hey, we did the best we could. I really think a lot of your freedom lies in you acknowledging that nobody has the keys to your freedom but you, and that your new beginning starts every single day, and you do have a choice to do things differently. You're not trapped and you're not stuck, and the perception that you are is just an illusion keeping you trapped in a version of yourself that is not only not who you're meant to be, but a version of yourself that is robbing you of the joy that can exist of the human experience, robbing you of the opportunity to be the version of yourself that the world needs. The world doesn't need you on fire. The world needs you helping put out other fires. The world needs you showing others how to build fires. The world needs you showing others how disruptive and destructive it is to set yourself on fire. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know what I'm saying? No regrets. You know what I'm saying? No regrets, not even one. Not even a letter. But with that being said, pile 3, I think that's where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that's the simplest and easiest way to show appreciation and support for what I do. But if you would like to support me in other ways, liking this video is so helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my candles. Be sure to use code XO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. But that's all I have, I think. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. I hope that it helped, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the green quartz palmstone and the last set of cards, then this is going to be your reading on the dream that is simply meant to be for you. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. If you have any questions, please see there. But with that being said, if this first part does not resonate, does not sound like something you're desiring, does not sound like a dream that your heart is making, then this is not your reading. Doesn't mean that the dream you do have isn't going to come true. Just means I'm not going to talk about it in this pile. You can try another pile, or I don't know, manifest me doing another reading like this or something. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into your cards and see what your dream is about. So we have Trick or Treat with Mischief and Play. We have the 8 of Wands. We have Libra. We have protection. This is my house, stained by the very blood flowing through its walls, covered in a veil of delicious prayers, yet deadly to those who dare lift its hidden. These are very poetic holiday cards. And we have bear medicine. There is no tomorrow without the healing of the past, for in stillness you shall find yourself right where you are. Okay. I know I say this a lot, but I only say this because it's true and I feel it. But I wish I could give you a big hug. And my higher self is giving your higher self a big hug. And I hope you can feel my heart sending your heart just some love. Because a lot of what is coming true for you is something that you know you deserve. And it's a long time coming. But this is all about, one, living a more balanced and fun, carefree life. Living life without so much fear of being exposed to life and the realities of the unknown. This is actually interesting because I'm really glad I chose to do a fourth pile, because this is the only group so far where I feel like the dreams are focused not just on yourself, but also on connections with others. For some of you, this could be specifically, one of your dreams could be connecting with like others in a reciprocal way, whether that's through friendships or romantic relationships. If you're currently in those, you could be desiring balance there, or more playfulness and fun. If you are kind of isolated right now and desiring, like, trying to manifest new friendships, manifest relationships, or at the very least just like meaningful connections or rebalancing them, I definitely see that here. I also see a rebalancing in general of how you're going about your life. And I feel like one important dream that's coming true is you're finally unapologetically taking the time and space that you need to heal and nourish yourself and really work through the pain of the past and the things that have been draining you, so that you can move forward lighter, more refreshed, more full. Not full of yourself, but full of yourself in a good way, like full of of the truth of who you are, your spirit, your wholeness, rather than like full of yourself because you don't feel good enough and so you're just trying to project something to other people. I feel like if you are in a place where life feels very serious and overwhelming, it feels like you are being drained trying to give to other people, it seems like you just want to hibernate from the world and retreat, I feel like this is a sign that these dreams are already manifesting. I feel like one big thing here is this is a dream that you have, and it is going to come true, but not in the way that you expect. So I feel like one desire / dream that you have is to be able to walk into any new or unknown situation in your life, whether it's, no matter what it is, and feel safe and secure in facing that unknown, and also be able to trust and have faith that who you're interacting with or what you're choosing to do is going to be worth it, is going to end up in your favor, is going to be honest, or at the very least, like, if there's any issues or any challenges or anything that wouldn't work, like, you'll see it a mile away before you engage with it. And I think that that is something that is more of like your fear talking, you know, the fear of the unknown, the fear of not knowing someone's true intentions, the fear of not knowing if someone is, you know, treating you or if the universe is tricking you. Like, I feel like you have a hard time trusting the good things and trusting in the goodness of others and the goodness that the universe, the goodness that does exist in the world, that exists within all of us and in yourself. I feel like you even discount your own goodness, and like nothing you ever do is good enough, and that's so unfair to you. And I think you know in your heart that that's not true. I think you know in your heart you're good enough, because you wouldn't crave connection and authentic reciprocal connection so badly if you thought you weren't worthy of it. And even if you think you aren't worthy of it and you crave it, you still deserve it. And part of your healing, I think that's very important to make these dreams happen, is to recognize that you are worthy of balanced, loving, reciprocal connections that uplift you and make you feel good, whether they are in the romantic form, whether they are in, you know, the platonic form, whether they're in a familial form, in the sense of, you know, reestablishing balance between family contacts, or setting better boundaries in ways that are fair to you, and, you know, choosing what is right and fair to you over what will satisfy someone else. I feel like there is this desire wherever you are right now for all of this to manifest really quickly. I feel like this is also something which could just be the desire, which I think is natural and normal and just human. Like, we don't want to feel like crap. We want to feel good. We want to have fun. We want things to just be fixed. And we do live in a culture of, like, it has never been easier to get instant gratification. And so I think one of the frustrating things is that this dream is not one that can come about just instantly. It does require some effort on your part and some willingness to reflect on where things are imbalanced within yourself, within your outer world, and you know, how you interact with your outer world. But I feel like you will be getting the protection that you're wishing for when it comes to facing the unknown, but it's not because the universe is guaranteeing any outcomes or guaranteeing that you'll always know, you know, what is going to happen, or who someone is claiming to be, but rather you will be able to face whatever comes at you in life and know that you've got you, and you've got faith in your ability to move through things. And in the process, you're also making connections with people and attracting the types of connections that are going to be a support system for you and be a form of protection for you, where you might not see something, they might see it. You know how our friends can always tell when, you know, a person isn't good for us or something like that. They may not always be right, but, you know, a lot of times they can be. And I feel like also you want connections where people cherish and protect the relationship as much as you do. And I don't even mean that in a romantic context. I mean, especially in friendships. I feel like for a lot of you, yes, it would be nice whether you have, it would be, if you're not in a romantic relationship, it would be nice to have that. But I feel like it matters more to you that you have, like, true, genuine friends that you feel like you can count on, that uplift you and make you feel excited about life and excited about the future. And I can tell you, those friends exist. They do exist. And the more you follow your own soul path and follow what has meaning to you, like, the more you tend to attract those sorts of people. But those connections are meant to manifest whether you know who they are or not. And if you've started to meet people, don't create a self-fulfilling prophecy by assuming that they are one way or that they see you one way and pushing people away before they get the chance to know you. I feel like you have this really awesome opportunity to heal on an individual and on a relational level. And that's kind of how this dream is manifesting, where I feel like you might be making common connections, and this was actually kind of a theme you were seeing in the last group. So if you were coming from there, that may be some confirmation, but finding camaraderie and support and healing with people that are on a similar trajectory as you, who are trying to find balance in their own lives, who are trying to forge meaningful connections, and who value the same, like, elements in friendship and in connection as you do. I feel like you'll know too, you don't need every single friend to meet every single need. Like, you can also, you know, as you're expanding and as you are opening up to all of life, recognize where certain friends will be better in certain areas of your life than others. Like, you know, there may be friends that you do things with that you don't necessarily connect to on a super deep level, but you're great buddies at the same exercise class and you guys carpool. Like, that's great. They don't need to know your deepest, darkest secrets. They're your workout buddy, but at least they're there, you know, and it can be a motivating, helpful force. But then you may have, like, your best friend who maybe, you know, you love very much, but you both enable each other to not work out and skip the workout. So like, it's good to have both different friends. You can tell your bestie your deepest, darkest secrets, and your workout friend can motivate you to be a better version of yourself. Like, I think one thing that you're being called to look at is the fact that what's balanced for you may not be another person's definition of balanced, and what works for you and what is balanced for you may shift over time. I feel like there's a lot of fear around opening yourself up to new people, and about kind of letting go of the defenses that would allow life to be more fun and free-flowing and playful. And I think that's and that's not something you should beat yourself up for. You might feel really guilty about that, and if you do, please stop, because it's evident that you're doing that as a response of like trying to protect yourself and trying to feel safe, and that's natural and that's normal, and you should have compassion for yourself about that. But what you maybe need to see right now is that you may need more rest, more time in isolation, more time kind of hibernating, and kind of just nursing some of those wounds and giving yourself the time and the space to kind of work through, you know, energies that you're ready to leave in the past. Like if you suppress them and just try to go about in the world and ignore these like wounds, these things that are really hurting you, you might end up attracting or just subconsciously being drawn to people that mirror back those wounds you're leaving unaddressed. And it might just create more pain and healing to be done around connection, because you've been connecting in ways that are like destructive for whatever reason, or you're just connecting with people that are trying to show you what needs to be healed. And you might find that there's similar patterns. Like you might meet new people, it might be a new person, but it's the same scenario or the same experience. And I feel like Spirit is really saying the connection you're craving the most right now is your own, but also the part of what you need from yourself in terms of connection is boundaries and expectations around what reciprocity and healthy connection looks like for you. Because I think that there are, if like, for example, maybe you're someone who can't do high maintenance friendships. Like if you're someone who, you know, drops off the face of the earth sometimes, needs to go within and heal, you know, it might be hard to maintain high maintenance friendships, and you might feel a lot of guilt around that. So recognizing that maybe people that need a lot more attention and a lot more connection than you might not be the most aligned in terms of people that you want to spend tons of your time with. You might want to find people that are on a similar wavelength of like, if we connect, we connect. On the same token, if you are someone who is a high maintenance friend, and I don't say high maintenance in a bad way, but just you like connecting with your friends more frequently, and you like, you know, having a more consistent thing going, then finding someone who balances that and not settling for friendships where you're constantly just having to work with, you know, the other person's terms, you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean you cut people out of your life completely, but rather looking at places in your life where there's, you know, too much or not enough, and seeing if there are ways that you can rebalance things. See if there's solutions you haven't thought of quite yet. I feel like one thing that is going to be really helpful about this time of going within, I think you need to be unapologetic about giving yourself time to rest. If you've been thinking about taking a sabbatical or a year off, or, you know, just going on a retreat or doing anything that involves giving yourself time to rest and replenish and nourish yourself, that is going to be so helpful. It's like you want these dreams to come in quickly. The fastest thing you can do is slow down. If you want this energy to come in sooner, if you want life to be more fun and more playful and feel like you can explore and expand, you know, more in ways that are uplifting and exciting for you, the universe is really calling you within to address what is holding you back from fully embracing that, and giving you the space you need to rest and just replenish and give yourself what you need before you go out into the world and explore. There's valuable tools you will be forging in this time of hibernation that will allow you to regulate yourself emotionally, stay in touch with yourself and your boundaries, be able to trust yourself in situations where things are unknown, and be able to trust in your abilities to communicate and your abilities to be honest with yourself and others. You know, you can't force others to be honest, but you can be honest with yourself, and you can always speak the truth. And I think that, you know, the more you trust your own truth, and you don't settle for other people's expectations and what other people want, especially if it's not meeting your satisfaction and it's not fulfilling you, then there's no point in trying to force things or trying to, you know, contort yourself to just accept whatever the other person wants. You don't need to cut things out of your life completely, but maybe reassess how much time and energy you give to certain things. Like, you know, if your gym buddy starts spending every carpool, you know, trauma dumping to you about their, you know, crazy uncle, you may want to think about maybe just riding your bike to class instead, and maybe setting some boundaries and saying, hey, you know, I'm happy spending time with you, but I have my own things. My exercise time is my time to kind of get out of my head, and I really can't be carrying that. I support you, and I don't mean to like offend you. I just want to, you know, let you know that I'm not able to make space for that. And I hope that, and if you need help finding someone or need support in finding help, like I could do that or something like that. That's just an example. But I feel like you put a lot of pressure on yourself to always be fair to everyone except you. And I feel like that focus of fairness, or is this right, also stops you from having fun and breaking the rules and you know, being a little rebellious. If you're someone who's always been afraid to get in trouble, I feel like, you know, one thing that you may be subconsciously drawn to really destructive people because they feed that impulse you have to go against the grain and to do things differently in ways you won't allow yourself to. And I think the more you heal the parts of yourself that feel like it isn't okay to stray outside of certain expectations or boundaries, the more you'll realize like where you've been keeping yourself trapped, and give yourself more opportunity to have fun and explore the parts of yourself and explore the parts of your nature that you've never been able to tap into or that have been lying dormant for a long time. So with that being said, if that sounds like a dream that you've been wanting to manifest, let's talk about how we can make that a reality. So these cards are going to represent the energy and actions you can take to embody and bring this energy about. So to start, we have intervention, which I just love. Ooh, I love how similar it is to this Libra card. Shout out to the Libras. I'm a Libra rising. We have it rough. Shout out to the Libra risings. I don't know. Anyway, you guys got two tarot cards actually. We have the Sun and we have the Knight of Cups, Knight of Potions. I have a hard time not seeing this guy as Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama. But anyway, we also have, I think I'm going to put the two squares over here. We also have the root chakra with Fortune. We have, I forgive myself for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy, and when I allow every aspect of my being to be expressed without discrimination, I realize the extent of my brilliance. Yes, this is exactly what I was saying. Oh, this feels so good to hear. And I love how similar this card is to the intervention card. So I'm actually going to hold that right here. And we have each breath is a fresh start. That's so, okay, I love this. So I don't know where you guys are at in this process, but essentially some of these shifts are going to happen for you. And maybe you've already intuitively known that. If there are people, connections, or situations in your life that you know are draining you, that you know are not going to be able to sustain the version of yourself that you're trying to step into, that you know are not like going to be, that are not going to be able, that are just not going to be able to balance your scales. I do think that the universe will be intervening on your behalf to initiate endings that you don't, if you don't initiate them on your own. So just know, like, and that's not like a threat, it's more of a promise. So it's like, if you don't take action, if something is meant to leave your life, it doesn't matter if you hold on to it or not, because the universe is gonna take action on your behalf. But the only reason it's going to do that is because anything leaving your life is meant to be replaced with something so much better. This is the concept of, like, you know, needing to let go of scraps so that you can have the feast. And I feel like in this case, what's especially the things that are going to have to leave your life are situations where you feel like you have to be a certain way in order to be enough. Being around people and in environments that make you feel inherently not good enough, that push you and push you and push you. And make it, that quite literally, it's like you being a fish and being judged on your ability to climb a tree. It's like you're a fish, you're not supposed to climb trees. Like, put my pal 4 in the ocean. Like, that's where they deserve to be. You know, I feel like the ways in which the universe is intervening, while it might be sad to see things crumble, while it might be hard to let things go, everything that you're letting go of is bringing about more fortune, more self-esteem, more empowerment. This is the goddess Lakshmi, and she's incredible. Shout out to all the Lakshmis out there. Also, shout out to India. You guys are the best. Like, everyone that's in India, you guys send me so much love, and I just can't wait to visit India one day, because just the love that you guys send me, I'm like, I just want to give so much love back. So thank you to everyone who does. Just big shout out to you guys. Thank you for all the support and love that you send my way, and that goes for all of you in all countries, not just India. But I gotta say, you know, India, y'all are very consistent in sending me love, and it's just so meaningful, and I just wanted to thank you for that. Shout out to India. Let me know where I should visit in India and what is fun to see and explore. Also, another thing, tips for vegetarian Indian food. If you have any tips for that, please let me know, because I feel like I was a picky eater for a long time, and I'm trying to like get out of my, you know, Kraft mac and cheese comfort zone, and Indian food is so good, but I just don't know where to start. And like, yeah, if you have any tips, some good veggie stuff, I would just appreciate it. That's a side note and has nothing to do with the reading, but yeah, I just needed to ask that. And hey, this is a form of connection, and this is one of the things that I think is very interesting as a reader, like how malleable my energy is based on who I'm reading for. Like, it's very rare for me to like ask or like engage, like, I don't know, I feel this just desire to connect with you, and that alone is showing me that you're already worthy and ready for more meaningful connection and uplifting, supportive connection. I would really encourage you to explore environments where people have the same interests as you, or people have like similar goals or similar ways of healing as you. I feel like with this Sun and the Knight of Cups, this is a lot about seeing the light in all situations and recognizing that if something is ending, if you have to let go of something, if the universe is intervening on your behalf, it's because they have something much better for you, and they are trying to balance out the imbalance you've created by holding on to what isn't for you. I feel like with the Knight of Cups, this is an encouragement for you to focus on what makes you feel passionate and what makes you feel alive. What not only makes you feel young, what makes you feel connected to the most pure and innate version of yourself. That is your inner child. And a lot of inner child healing isn't just making your inner child feel safe, but learning to tap into your inner child and let it lead, because it has wisdom that the linear mind just doesn't have. And it has creativity beyond like creativity that AI could never even like try to replicate. It has a wisdom and a genius to it that can't be replicated, and there is a purity in that state of being when you create, because it's just coming from an authentic place, and there is no goal other than the process of creation and the joy that comes from expressing, you know, your ethereal essence and your human experience into a material creative form that is unique to you. Like, that's so cool. So do that stuff. Also, I just think that this is a huge encouragement to continue grounding in ways that bring you joy. If you struggle to ground, I think that is something you should focus on, whether you do that by taking walks, journaling, anything that puts you in your body, puts you in the present moment. And one great way to get yourself in your body and in your present moment is to do something that you enjoy. Make sure you're making time for movement. Make sure you're doing things that just brighten your day just because, you know, making sure you give yourself permission when you have hard days to take some time to rest and nourish yourself, you know, because here's the thing, if you don't take the time that you need for rest and replenishment, not only are you going to burn yourself out and have to take even more time to recuperate, but you're literally just you're just robbing yourself the opportunity to get back you're contributing to your own imbalance by not honoring your needs and listening to yourself. You'll get a lot further by doing a little bit every day than by, you know, just going at things from an all or nothing approach. That's part of what Libra is about here. This is about finding your own balance and finding what works for you, whether it's, you know, 70% serious life work stuff and 30% rest, playful, silly goofiness, or 25% that and 5%, you know, nonsense. Whatever it may be, you might have a really unique balance, and whatever it is, it's meant, you can work it and tweak it to whatever is going to work for you. But I think most important is that you just feel a sense of whimsy and a sense of excitement and a sense of magic. And I really do feel like what you need to know is that you don't need to prove your worth or prove, you know, the value in connecting with you. The connections that you forge that will be meaningful for you, like, they will be mutually uplifting, they'll be exciting, they will be inspiring, and they will help you grow. They will feel nourishing, they will feel supportive, and they will feel like, they will feel balanced. You will feel that reciprocity. So if you are settling for connections, whether they be friendly, romantic, platonic, familial, whatever they may be, where they disrespect your boundaries, where they put you down, where they only give to you to the extent that you give to them, where they keep score, where they only do things on their terms, or where they are unwilling to work with you, those are all connections that you want to be cognizant of how much time and energy you're giving to them and whether they add any benefit to your life, you know, and that, but that is also with anything that you do, not just your connections. Finding balance in how much time you spend reading the news versus, you know, reading a book that has useful meaning for you. The time that you spend arguing with someone online versus the time you spend connecting with a family member that you've been missing. Like, recognizing, like, what is the quality of what you're interacting with in your everyday life, and how much of it are you engaging with? If you're finding yourself being very miserable, and take a step back and ask yourself, if you gave someone the life that you're living now, would they end up with the same result? If the answer is yes, most likely, then that's probably a sign that things need to shift in terms of how balanced your everyday routine is and the actions that you're taking, because it's clearly not contributing to the sun energy. You know what I'm saying? But more than anything, like, luck is on your side, and the universe wants to bring to you so many blessings, but it can't unless you let go of the scraps. Like, the universe has a giant feast it wants to give you. It's not giving you all this, like, hope and excitement and desire for more fun and this desire to get out there again just to taunt you with it. It's there to motivate you to go within and do the necessary release, surrendering, and healing that you need in order to have a helpful toolkit and a sense of trust in yourself to be able to navigate and explore the unknown and find joy in that process of discovering who you are and discovering, you know, all that the world has to offer. You know, a stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. A city you've never been to is just a place you have yet to make memories in. Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Point being, please assume that the universe has your best interests at heart and trust where your heart is guiding you, because that's how the universe communicates with you. And if you have good and pure intentions towards others and just want to add to the goodness in the world, trust that the universe is trying to give you the same thing. But if you settle for connections that you know are not contributing, that you know are unbalanced, that you know are draining you, same with experiences, jobs, anything like that, and you're not doing anything to change it, or at the very least start intervening, start making a change, the universe is going to intervene on your behalf, because you deserve better, and you know in your heart you do. You're just trying to heal the shame and the conditioning that's deluded you into thinking you're not worthy of it, or that you're somehow flawed or broken in a way that makes you unworthy of living your life to the fullest. That's gotta stop. So with that being said, we're gonna get into your charms, and what I'm just gonna do is pull for any like guidance and signs that will be, you know, signs that you're on the right path, you know, signs and what they might mean, or signs and if they hold guidance, just whatever it is. So full transparency, my eyes are closed, but Spirit, What signs and synchronicities and advice is relevant for Kyle for... Okay. Ooh, okay, I want to start with the axolotl. I love this pen. It's so sparkly and cute. And the thing that this is telling me is anything that you lose or anything that is cut off from you or that you feel cut off from, it's going to regenerate in a form more fitting for you. You know, the axolotls are known for, like, they can regrow limbs that have been cut off. And I feel like what the universe wants you to know is that anything that you consciously let go of, you will be rewarded with whatever is meant to replace it manifesting more quickly. But it's also okay if you're not ready or not capable of releasing certain things that aren't serving you yourself, because the universe will do it for you if it has to. That's not necessarily, like, you may prefer to do it on your own terms, or you may prefer to leave it up to the universe. It's up to you. But no matter what, it's okay to grieve whatever is whatever you're losing. But just as you move through the pain of that grief or the pain of losing or releasing, you know, whatever you're letting go of, whether it's bittersweet, whether it's painful, whether it's just sad, you know, honoring those emotions and moving through them, and knowing that on the other side of that pain, on the other side of that emotion, is the new blessings waiting to come into your life, the new, more, you know, the new, more fitting things that are meant to manifest in your life, connections, experiences, opportunities, people, yada, 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 that are meant to manifest. Like, that's what's coming, and that's what it's going to be replaced with, and you'll know it when it comes, and you will be so grateful that whatever you let go of, whatever the universe, you know, intervened on your behalf about, you'll be so grateful it happened, because you'll be moved to an even better, and you'll be moved to a state of being you didn't realize was possible to exist in. We also have this little mermaid tail. So I really do think, well, it obviously makes me think of, like, the Little Mermaid in terms of, like, I want to be where the people are. And I think that it's really important that you start using your voice in ways where you are paying attention to your own internal dialogue, and also paying attention to how your words create your reality and create what is possible for you. When you say things like, ugh, like, I'm so dumb, everyone hates me, like, even though you know that's not true, and you might just be, like, joking, like, it's still, you're still saying that, you're still speaking that, like, putting stuff like that in check. And rather than saying, like, I have no friends, like, no one would like me anyway, you know, saying, like, I know there are people out there like me who would love to have me as a friend, and I can't wait to meet them. Like, stuff like that is so helpful. But I also think with this mermaid charm here, this is also, to me, is, like, about Pisces energy. So Pisces could be significant, but it also just makes me think about diving deep. And I think that some of this process that you're going through right now, like, I feel like there's just some deep emotional healing that, as you move through it, a lot of this emotional healing, I think, is about embracing the good things in life and giving yourself permission to feel good, and giving yourself permission to do things that you know, don't have a purpose other than bringing you joy or making life tolerable. I also feel like you're being called to pay attention to how dive someone is willing to deep with you, because how deep is someone willing to dive with you? Because that may be indicative of, you know, how authentic you can be with them, and it will help show you the potential of what a friendship could be. But don't assume that people can't see you as deeply as you can see them. You know, the only way you'll know is if you open yourself up to that. And I think you can intuitively trust that process. And if not, you can just test the water slowly but surely. But yeah, with this star here, the star is all about hope and healing. And the fact that we have a shooting star here, I feel like, is just a sign. Like, if you see shooting stars, like, that is a sign that your dreams are manifesting. That is a sign that things are getting better. That's a sign to have faith. That's a sign to have hope. And that's a sign to trust in the dreams that you're having, because those are wishes that your heart makes. And your heart is the representative of your soul. And your soul is what's most connected to the divine. And the divine is within everything. So In some fact, though, your dream's gonna come true. You better get over it. You better deal with it. You better start dreaming about the life you want to live and all the exciting things you want to do, because you got things to explore, people to meet, and good experiences to have. You got joy. You got happiness. You got light coming in your life. The sun is coming out tomorrow for you, Annie. Daddy Warbucks is coming in, and he's gonna figure it out, okay? So stop being so negative and start having some hope. Have some fun. Lighten up. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but it's really fun and I'm really enjoying it. The past, the negativity, the drama, the people that made you not feel good enough, forget about it. Period. Speaking of, we have Sagittarius energy. So, optimist. So I definitely think that as you move through this process, you're going to be getting more optimistic. A Sagittarius person could be significant, or Sagittarius energy. You know, higher study, philosophy, travel, those could all be things that are coming into your future, or that could be ways in which you expand and make your life more balanced, which we have explored. So yeah, Spirit's really encouraging you to explore the world. I think maybe there are people that you're meant to meet, or maybe if you have, for example, you know, friends that you've never met in person, like, you will never regret meeting your online friends in person. I will say, like, I do not regret meeting my online friends in person. Obviously, be safe, know what you're doing, and make sure you confirm things. But like, those could be great excuses for you to see parts of the world you would never see otherwise. Like, you never know where you're gonna meet people. And also, it may be too that like, you just need to give yourself permission to do things your way and to not know how things are going to turn out, and just, you know, trust that whatever is coming in is going to be, if it's meant for you, you're going to know it. I also just feel like you're being encouraged to just, wherever you feel called to go, wherever you feel called to explore, do it. We also have never stop. So yeah, I definitely think that the universe is really just encouraging you to not give up, not feel like, not just be down on yourself, but also I feel like the fact that this is a barcode, like, I think that this is a reminder that you should never stop having faith in what you truly believe in, whether that's the goodness of people, you know, the existence of relationships and connections that are deeply fulfilling for you, you know, experiences and opportunities that are perfect for you and that need your skills. Like, never stop trusting that someone's gonna wanna buy, or someone's gonna wanna receive what you're offering, and vice versa. Trust that things will always work out. We also have Princess here. So, you know, if you haven't been treating yourself like your own princess, you haven't been giving yourself your own princess treatment, maybe do that. And if you've been giving someone else the princess treatment at the expense of your own self-care, maybe ask yourself if that's something that should be fixed. I would also say, if there's any princess, like a Disney princess like Ariel, or a princess in lore, in any princess that you can think of, Diana, Fiona, Cinderella, so many. Also the book / movie A Little Princess. Everyone is a princess. Duh. Like, I feel like that story is meant for you if you've never seen it. The 90s movie is so camp and silly, but it's like sweet, and it makes me cry every time I watch it. Oh, and India's featured in it also, for kind of grim reasons. It takes place in Britain, and most of the story takes place in New York, but she's from Britain, and her dad, you know, lives in India because he was British, and but you know, the story itself is really sweet, and yeah. Anyway, finishing off, we have this little up charm. So up could be significant. Also, this pin is a rave reference, so maybe raves could be significant, or you could meet people going to like shows or festivals or something like that. But those are your charms and your symbols. Maybe balloons could also be a symbol, or like airplanes. maybe pay attention also to barcodes, because maybe there's specific number codes that could be significant to you. But those are your charms. Let's go ahead and finish your reading off with some final signs and guidance meant for you. So we have learned from life. Yeah, get out there, explore. Like, knowing is not the same thing as being, and the experiences and the knowledge you're seeking are only going to come from doing. You know, you can study being a parent all you want, but you'll never know what it's like until you're actually, you know, doing the thing. As an excellent example, you can learn a foreign language, but you'll never understand what it's like to speak it like a local or be fully immersed in it if you don't travel to where it originates. Like, you know, there's so many different ways in which you could do things that bring you joy and that also help you gain wisdom. So like, for example, if you are learning Japanese, you know, booking a healing retreat in Japan and taking the opportunity at the same time to bring your friend along, or have someone who lives in the Philippines come meet you in Japan, and, you know, go take Japan together and get to know each other in the process. I don't know. It's point being, there's a lot of opportunities to do a lot and have balanced experiences in many different forms by just exploring. I feel like the more you get out of the idea that you need to do things a certain way, or the more you honor your need to go within and nourish yourself, the more natural and exciting it will be for you to want to explore your outer world, because you've done the necessary foundational healing needed in order to face the unknown with enough security in yourself to know you can handle whatever challenges come your way. But we also have the heart chakra with faith. See, I told you, you need to have faith. The trigger statement is, why does this always happen to me? And the true statement is, I am at peace. Know that everything will work out as it needs to, and hold a space of gratitude as you watch the miracles unfold. Yeah, Jesus literally talks about how his ability to create miracles is in direct proportion to the faith of the person that's creating the miracle, that's receiving the miracle. So like, for example, when he went to his hometown, he didn't make there weren't a lot of miracles that happened there because they were attached to the idea of who Jesus was, and like, they didn't have faith in who he had become, and they didn't have faith in his abilities. But people who didn't know him, people that had absolute faith in him and his abilities, you know, when those miracles would happen, Jesus would tell them, your faith is why this happened. Your faith caused this. And so I feel like more than anything, the more you have faith and where your heart is guiding you and where your gut is guiding you and where you feel guided to, and the more you have faith in knowing that if there's something you need to know, it will appear to you. And if you're not meant to know something, it will be revealed to you in due time when it is meant to, and that it's okay to not know. And in that state of not knowing, how can you forge more security for yourself? What can you focus on that you do know about, that you do know you need to change, or that you do have control over? I feel like more than anything, this is a lot about recognizing that part of learning from life is not just about exploring outside of you, it's also exploring within you. You are life. You're made of life. You're made of like lots of cells, like more than 7 cells, like way more than that. You have so much life within you. You are life, and you can learn from going within and exploring your inner worlds just as much as your outer worlds. So know too that like, if you can't afford to travel, or if that's not feasible, or if you're just too exhausted and in a state right now where that's just not where you're at, then do things that are comforting, like, or free. Like, for example, you can look up walking tours of different places on YouTube, and they last like hours, and you can just, you know, play that in the background, or watch as you just like walk through a city. You know, you can explore your interests. You can like there's so much at your fingertips that you may not be seeing because you just haven't thought of it yet. So you're really being encouraged to let go of the ways in which you beat yourself up and shame yourself and waste your brain space, you know, worrying that you're not doing something right, or worrying that things are all going to shit. And instead, find that inner peace, you know, challenge those distorted thoughts and ask yourself, what can I do to bring myself more joy in this moment? What can I do to, you know, try something new while also satisfying a need? what can I do in case this thing I try doesn't work? Like, there's just so many questions you can be asking, and the more questions, the more answers you get, the more questions you'll have, but the more clarity you'll be led to. And I think the more you just learn to have faith in your ability for answers, faith in that answers that you're meant to figure out on yourself, figure out on your own, will come and you'll find. Faith in your ability to do that, and then also faith in the idea that the universe will let you know something if you're meant to know it. If it doesn't feel right, if it doesn't feel authentic, if I'm talking about traveling and you're like, that's the last thing I just want to sleep, then babe, you're meant to be traveling on the astral realm. You're meant to be sleeping, resting, and nourishing. And who knows, maybe you'll dream about a place that you wake up and want to visit. Like, pay attention to what your dreams are telling you, and recognize and acknowledge that you don't need to necessarily leave your environment in order to learn from it. You know, wherever you are feeling called to is wherever you are needed, and as that shifts, like, honor that and flow with that. Don't try to analyze that or compare it to someone else's path or journey. You're on your own unique journey, and that's all that matters. We also have master number 55, which is, so 55 must be a significant number. Substantial changes in your future. Embrace the change. A need to overcome your insecurities and let go of your fears. I am evolving. Yes, you are. I'm going to look in this book called the 1111 Oracle and see what 55 and 555 say. So, 55. Divine disruptions and pattern breakers lovingly support a more beautiful reality for all concerned. So yeah, 55, whenever you see 55, like, especially if you're losing something or you're going through a tower moment, just know that that's a sign that a more beautiful reality is coming for all that's concerned. And that's another reason why you don't need to worry about, like, letting go of people that you know aren't serving you, because even though they might be sad too, even though they might have pain about it, like, there are other people more supportive for their journey as well. Like, you are also taking up space in their life, so don't feel like you're responsible for everything. You're not responsible for other people's pain or their journey. I remain steady through any inner or outer turbulence needed to release and heal long-term issues. Hell yeah. Those are the vibes, dude. Like, those two things, you do those things, these dreams are going to manifest quicker than a snicker. That's not a phrase, but it felt fun to say. Anyway, we have Hydra, and it says, are you fighting the monster in front of you or inside you? So yeah, I feel like whatever you need to know is like, whatever challenges you're facing, whether external or internal, they're leaning to more wisdom. And I think that, you know, what you may need in your life is going to be different from someone else watching this, but neither of you are wrong about what needs to change. It's just what's right for you. And finally, we have the swamp puppy, the crocodile. I feel like this is guidance to rest, to cool off, to wait until something feels right, to wait to take action until you feel sure, to not force yourself to do things you're not ready for. For example, if you broke your ankle, would you take your cast off 2 weeks before it was time and just start walking and gaslight yourself and just pretend like you should be healed by now? My foot should be healed by now. I don't care what the doctors say. I don't care that my foot needs more of a cast. I'm tired of my ankle being a pussy. Like, that's not going to help anything. That's just going to make it so that you have to wear a cast longer, and now you got to get another one. And if you live in the US, you're not going to enjoy that second medical bill. You're not. So what the universe is really just trying to say is that if you feel like doing nothing, if you don't know what to do, don't force yourself to do anything. There could just be sometimes the most healing thing you can do is nothing, and just let time work things out. Give yourself space to sleep. Give yourself space to just comfort yourself and care for yourself and nourish yourself. Don't pressure yourself to be on 100 all the time, and trust that the changes that you're meant to make will feel natural and sustainable. And it might be awkward and uncomfortable as you start, and you might have to tweak things as you go, but you'll know what things to change and how naturally. And if something is not meant to change, but you know it needs to change, you can sit with yourself as you continue to do the wrong thing and get insight onto what isn't working about it, what is causing you to know that it's not working, and what need are you trying to fill with it, and what could you replace it with? Like, there's just so many areas of reflection, and I think that the connections you're making, you're going to be attracting people as you evolve that are learning similar lessons to you, that are in similar places in life as you, and you're gonna find like that their support and that connecting with them brings you closer to yourself and makes you feel more confident in your journey. And you know, the people that are meant to be in your life will reflect the greatness that is within you. All of the light that you will see in them, they will see in you, and you will feel a lot more confident and safe in exploring the unknown and learning all of the beautiful lessons that life has to offer and what you're meant to discover in this lifetime. So pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. Thank you so much to those of you who let my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that's the simplest and easiest way to show support and appreciation for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to show support in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already, be sure to hit that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I usually see comments when I first upload for like the first day or so. So if you want me to see your comments, I highly suggest turning those notifications on. Who knows? If I'm meant to see it, I will. You can check out my Instagram, which is basically the only other social media I have. You can check out my merch. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 or my other videos, especially ones with extendeds. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!